My name is Emily. I'm 34 and married to Michael, the love of my life. We live in a cozy house I got from my parents, in a quiet suburb. Michael and I have been trying to have a baby, but it hasn't been easy. I've had miscarriages, and each one hurts a lot. Michael is a kind man who always helps his family. His mom, Mrs. Thompson, and his sister, Laura, who is divorced and has 2 kids, often rely on him. They live together, and Laura struggles to make ends meet. One morning, while I was setting the breakfast table, Mrs. Thompson came in. She pretended to care and said I was brave for handling everything, glancing at my empty womb. I forced a smile and replied, "Thank you, Mrs. Thompson. We're hopeful." Laura then walked in, acting like she owned the place, and praised Michael for supporting them. Michael quickly changed the subject to breakfast and shared news about the house. He said he put all his savings into it for our future, so he might need to cut back on expenses. Mrs. Thompson looked upset, and Laura dropped her fork, saying they depended on him. Michael replied gently but firmly that we needed to plan for our future too. After breakfast, as Michael left for work, Mrs. Thompson pulled me aside. She whispered that if I couldn't give Michael a child, he might rethink our relationship. I felt a lump in my throat but said, "Michael and I are in this together. We'll figure it out." As they drove away, I stood at the door, knowing things were about to get tough. My home, which felt like a sanctuary, was turning into a battleground. Life at home became a balancing act. Michael left early and came back late, tired and unaware of the tension. The days were long, filled with silent struggles. On Wednesdays, Laura usually dropped off her kids, treating our home like free daycare. I was making coffee when Laura came in with her kids. She told me to help them with homework while she ran errands, barely looking at me. I tried to keep my voice calm, but I wanted to say I had things to do too. She waved me off, saying I could manage. After she left, I sat with her kids, Ella and Max, trying to help with their homework, but my mind kept going back to how Laura saw me as just a helper. Later, Mrs. Thompson came over without knocking, acting like she owned the place. She sat down and said she was worried I wasn't taking good care of Michael. "A man needs his wife to support him," she added, looking me over. "I do my best, Mrs. Thompson." "Michael knows that," I replied, feeling my cheeks get warm. She sighed dramatically, showing her disappointment. "Well, I suppose you do what you can, but remember, a happy husband makes a happy home. Right now, this house doesn't feel very happy." Her words hurt, but I stayed calm. "I'll keep that in mind," I said, even though I wanted to tell her how unfair she was being. When evening came and Michael got home, the mood shifted. Mrs. Thompson became the loving mother, and Laura acted like a caring sister. They laughed and chatted with Michael, making the house seem cheerful, but I knew it was all a show. Behind closed doors, their true colors showed: selfishness and indifference. I felt stuck in the middle, hoping things would improve someday. The situation at home started to wear me down. Laura's demands, and Mrs. Thompson's subtle digs, became part of my daily life. Talking to Michael about his family felt pointless, he just didn't see what I faced every day. One evening, after a particularly tough day, I decided to talk to Michael again. We were in the living room, the TV on but neither of us really watching. "Michael, we need to talk about your mother and Laura," I said, turning off the TV. He looked surprised. "What about them? They're here all the time and it's really getting to me. Laura drops off her kids without asking, and your mother makes me feel small." Michael sighed and ran his hand through his hair. "Emily, they're family. They're going through a tough time. We need to be there for them. But what about us? What about our life together?" I asked, feeling frustrated and sad. He was quiet for a moment, then said, "I know it's hard, but they need me. Can't you try a little harder for me? Try harder? I'm at my breaking point. I need you to see that." There was a heavy silence between us. Finally, Michael stood up. "I need some air," he said, and left the house. I sat alone, feeling more isolated than ever. The man I loved, who I thought would be my partner, seemed lost in his duty to a family that didn't respect me or our marriage. The next day, things got worse. Laura came over unannounced, as usual, but this time she brought boxes of her things. "What's all this?" I asked, confused, as she started to fill the living room. "I'm moving in for a while. Mom's house is too cramped with the kids," she said, acting like it was normal. "Moving in here?" I couldn't hide my shock. "Just for a bit. You don't mind, do you?" "After all, we're family," she smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. I stood there, watching my home, my sanctuary, slowly being taken over. It felt like an invasion. I felt a deep sense of loss, not just for the peace of my home, but for the understanding and support I desperately needed from Michael. That night, lying in bed, I realized something had to change. I couldn't keep living like this, constantly feeling pushed to the edge in my own home. I had reached my breaking point, and it was time to make some tough decisions for my sanity and my marriage. Laura moving into our house felt like an invasion. Every morning was chaotic, with her kids running around and her taking over the kitchen. Mrs. Thompson visited more often, adding to the tension. One morning, I found Laura lounging on the couch, flipping through a magazine while her kids made a mess in the living room. I had just taken my first sip of coffee. "Laura, could you please watch Ella and Max? They're making quite a mess," I said, trying to keep my tone light. She glanced up, unfazed. "Oh, they're just kids, Emily. Let them be. You're too uptight." I felt a surge of frustration. "It's not about being uptight. This is still my house, and I'd like to keep it somewhat orderly." Laura rolled her eyes and went back to her magazine. "Fine, I'll handle it, but you could be a little more accommodating, you know." Her words stung, and I left the room feeling angry and helpless. Later that day, Mrs. Thompson arrived without knocking, as usual, and immediately started criticizing me. "Emily, dear, this place is a mess." "What have you been doing all day?" she asked, looking around with disdain. "I've been trying to work from home, Mrs. Thompson." "It's not easy with the kids around," I replied, my patience wearing thin. She sighed and shook her head. "A good wife would manage better. You should take lessons from Laura. She knows how to handle a household." I bit my lip, holding back the retort I wanted to say. Arguing with her felt pointless. That evening, when Michael came home, the house buzzed with his mother's and sister's laughter. They transformed into a picture-perfect family in his presence. I watched from the kitchen, feeling like an outsider in my own home. When Michael came in for a drink, I couldn't hold it in any longer. "Michael, this can't go on. Your sister and your mother are taking over our home." "I feel like I'm living in a stranger's house," I said, my voice trembling with emotion. He looked surprised and then concerned. "Emily, I had no idea it was this bad." "I'm sorry. I'll talk to them." His words offered a glimmer of hope, but deep down, I wondered if anything would really change. The invasion of my space had taken its toll, and I wasn't sure how much more I could take. The house that once felt like a haven now felt like a battleground, and I was losing ground every day. Then, the day unraveled into a nightmare. Laura and Mrs. Thompson burst in, their faces twisted with a glee that sent chills down my spine. "Emily, pack your things. You need to leave now," Laura announced, barely able to contain her excitement. Stunned, I stammered, "What? Why should I leave my own house?" Mrs. Thompson smiled in a way that made my blood run cold. "Oh dear, didn't you hear? A policeman just called. Michael was hit by a car near his work. He's dead. And now, everything here is ours." My world stopped. "Dead? Michael can't be." I couldn't finish the sentence, my words dissolving into a sob. "That's right, and since you have no children, this house reverts to his family, us. So you need to leave," Laura added, her eyes scanning the room as if calculating its worth. I felt numb, my heart aching in a way I couldn't describe. "But this house is mine. I inherited it," Mrs. Thompson snorted. "That doesn't matter now. Michael's gone, and we're his family. We'll be taking over. They started walking around the house, looking at everything and discussing how much they could sell it for. Their callousness in the face of my tragedy felt surreal, like a twisted play. But the police called you? I whispered, clinging to the hope that this was all a mistake. Yes, dear. They identified him by his broken cell phone, Mrs. Thompson said casually, examining a vase as if deciding its fate. I sank into a chair, my mind racing to grasp the reality of Michael's death and the vultures circling around me. The home we had shared, filled with love and dreams, had turned into a cold battleground. As they continued their morbid appraisal, something inside me broke. I was supposed to be mourning my husband, not defending my home against these scavengers. But a small, defiant part of me began to rise. Michael wouldn't have wanted this. He wouldn't want me cast out by his own family, especially not from a home that was rightfully mine. I knew I had to fight for him, for myself, and for the life we had built together. As Laura and Mrs. Thompson continued their grim assessment, a sudden noise at the door made us all freeze. The door opened, and to my disbelief, Michael walked in, alive and unharmed. "Michael!" I cried, rushing to him. "What's going on here?" he asked, his eyes moving from my tear-streaked face to the shocked faces of his mother and sister. "Michael, they told me you were dead." I sobbed, clinging to him. Mrs. Thompson recovered first. "The police called. They said someone was hit by a car, and they found your broken phone." Michael's expression hardened. "My phone was stolen near my office this morning. I reported it but didn't expect this." Laura stammered, we just assumed." "You assumed I was dead and decided to throw my wife out of her own house?" Michael's voice was cold, a tone I had never heard from him before. Mrs. Thompson tried to interject, but Michael cut her off. "Stop playing the victim. I heard everything. I can't believe you would stoop this low." I stood there, still in shock, but a wave of relief washed over me. Michael was alive, and he saw his family for who they truly were. He turned to me, his eyes softening. "Emily, I'm so sorry. I should have seen what they were really like." Realizing their plan had crumbled, Laura and Mrs. Thompson scrambled for excuses, but Michael wasn't having any of it. "You need to leave now," he said firmly. "But Michael, this is our family home," Laura protested weakly. "It's Emily's home," Michael corrected her, "and you have no right to be here after what you've done." As they gathered their things, I looked at Michael. He seemed stronger and more resolute. The unveiling of his family's true nature had changed something in him and in us. After they left, the house fell silent, but it was a comforting silence. Michael and I sat together, a million words unspoken between us. We had a lot to talk about and heal from, but in that moment, I felt a sense of hope. I knew we would face this together. The reveal had been painful, but it marked a new beginning for us, built on truth and a stronger bond. After the revelation, Michael and I sat in heavy silence. He was the first to break it, his voice low but filled with determination. "I can't believe my own mother and sister would do something like this," he said, shaking his head. I took his hand, finding strength in our shared disbelief. "I know it's hard to understand, but at least we know their true intentions now." Michael nodded. "They only cared about the money and the house, not about us, especially not about you." I sighed, feeling a mix of sadness and relief. "I tried to tell you, but I never imagined it would come to this. We need to set things straight. I need to make sure they never do this to us again," he said, his jaw set. The next day, Laura and Mrs. Thompson returned, but their demeanor had changed. They were no longer confident and greedy, they seemed almost sheepish. "Michael, we didn't mean for things to go this far," Laura started, avoiding eye contact. "Yeah, it was just a misunderstanding," Mrs. Thompson added, her voice lacking its usual authority. Michael looked at them, his expression unreadable. "A misunderstanding? You celebrated what you thought was my death and tried to kick my wife out of her own house. There's no misunderstanding there." I stood by Michael, feeling proud of his resolve. Laura fidgeted, looking anywhere but at us. "We just thought we were losing everything. We panicked." "And that justifies your actions?" Michael's tone was incredulous. Mrs. Thompson tried to reach out to him. "Michael, you're our family, we just got scared." Michael stepped back, Family doesn't do what you did. I can't just overlook this. The air was thick with tension, and for a moment, nobody spoke. Then Michael continued, I want you both to leave. We need space and time to heal from this. Laura and Mrs. Thompson exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Without another word, they left, their heads bowed. Once they were gone, Michael turned to me. I'm sorry, Emily, for everything. I should have listened to you. I hugged him, feeling a weight lift off my shoulders. It's okay, Michael, we'll get through this together. That evening, as we sat in our living room, the house felt like ours again. The intentions of Laura and Mrs. Thompson had been exposed, and in facing that ugly truth, Michael and I had found a new sense of unity. We were ready to move forward, leaving the pain and deceit behind us. A few days later, life seemed to return to some normalcy, until Mrs. Thompson and Laura showed up again, acting as if nothing had happened. They barged into the living room where Michael and I were sipping our morning coffee. Michael, we've been thinking, we still need your financial support, for the kids and the house, Mrs. Thompson stated, her tone demanding. Yes, Laura chimed in. Michael, you can't just abandon your nephews. They need your help. I looked at Michael, sensing his growing frustration. He set down his cup calmly, though anger simmered beneath. Mom, after everything that's happened, you still expect me to support you financially? His voice was steady but firm. Yes, it's your duty as a son and a brother, Mrs. Thompson insisted, her eyes hard. Michael stood up, his resolve clear. No, Mom, I've made my decision. I'm not going to continue supporting you like before. I have my own family to think about. Laura's face flushed with anger. But you have nephews, Michael, they need money. Michael looked at her and then at me. I will support my nephews, but in a much more limited way. Emily and I have plans. We're going to adopt a child. I gasped, joy washing over me. Adoption. The idea filled me with unexpected happiness. Mrs. Thompson and Laura exchanged furious looks. You're choosing strangers over your own blood, Laura spat. It's not about that, Laura, it's about building the family I choose, Michael replied, his gaze unwavering. With no more words, Mrs. Thompson and Laura stormed out, leaving tension in the air. Once they were gone, Michael turned to me, his expression softening. Emily, adopting a child is just the beginning. I believe we will have our own children one day too. His hopeful words brought tears to my eyes. Michael, that's the most wonderful thing I could hear. A family, our family, however it comes to us. We embraced, a sense of peace enveloping us. The challenges with his family had only strengthened our bond. Looking to the future, we saw a world of possibilities, a world where our love could extend to a child in need and maybe, one day, to children of our own. The chapter of struggles and pain was closing, and a new chapter full of hope and love was beginning. Together, we were ready to write it, one day at a time.
Faith had a restless night, with a premonition tugging at her soul and keeping her awake. Her heart ached, causing her to toss and turn in bed. She got up twice during the night to drink lemon water in an attempt to calm down. Faith was a very independent girl. At the insistence of her father, she graduated from the university in Switzerland in her mid-20s. She decided to stay in Switzerland and opened a small advertising agency. She even managed to be married to a local businessman, for whom she once did advertising and promoted his pharmaceutical production. However, the longer she lived with her husband, the more she realized that they had entirely different mentalities. Men in her homeland were much more understanding and less selfish. One day, Faith asked her husband, Richard, for help. "Could you please take me to the doctor? I seem to have a high fever and I feel very ill," she pleaded. "Call a cab, dear," her husband replied. This was the final straw for Faith. She filed for a divorce. Unfortunately, her husband had been very prudent in drawing up a marriage contract, which Faith, being in love, had signed almost without reading. After the divorce, she received nothing from her husband's fortune. On the other hand, Richard got half of his wife's advertising agency, and Faith had no choice but to sell the other half and open a small travel agency. With her brilliant education in marketing and advertising, she quickly built up the business, and things started looking up for her again. Her father, who stayed in their homeland, and ran a large business, helped her in every way he could. He insisted that Faith stay abroad and not return home. "Dad, hi," she called her father one day. "How are you doing? How is your health? Maybe I should come and visit you." "Hello, my dear," she heard her father's tired voice say through the phone. "I'm all right, as long as you're all right. Business as usual. I'm keeping everyone in a tight grip. Remember, daughter, if you loosen your grip, the crows will swoop in and tear your business to pieces." Faith's father had recently celebrated his 70th birthday, but he still claimed to be able to give any 50-year-old man a head start. He became a father at 45, claiming there was no time before. Faith never knew her mum. According to her father, she had died immediately after childbirth, although he spoke about her in a dry and factual way, and this topic was taboo in the family. "There's nothing to rake up the past," he would always reply whenever little Faith asked about her mother. "I don't want to talk about it. There's no mum, honey. Just calm down and forget it." "Well, tomorrow is Mother's Day," little Faith said sadly. "Everyone in the class has a mum coming, but who do I have?" "I'll be there," replied her father firmly. "I'm your mum and your dad." And indeed, every Mother's Day, Faith's father would come to school himself and bring a huge cake bought from an expensive confectionery. This was a tradition in Faith's class, and everyone was happy. These memories overwhelmed Faith that night. "Well, why is there such restlessness in my soul? It seems that everything is in order. The bills are paid. I'm feeling great. Didn't argue with anyone. But my soul still hurts," she thought. Her thoughts were interrupted by a phone call. "Faith Redford?" asked an unfamiliar voice. "Yes, it's me," Faith answered, feeling excited. "It's your father's lawyer. Please accept my condolences. Your dad passed away tonight from a heart attack. He wasn't complaining about anything, and nothing foretold trouble. This morning the maid found him lying on the floor. He must have tried to call someone, but didn't have time. Please come. You're needed here." "I'll be there tomorrow," Faith could only say. Faith felt like the ground had been pulled out from under her feet. Just yesterday, she had talked to her father on the phone, and everything had been fine. But today, he was gone, and no one was there to ask how she was doing, or give her a comforting hug or kiss on the forehead. She was too young to stay without her parents. It just wasn't fair. Who would support her now? Who would cheer her on for her small achievements? Who would give her advice? Faith felt as though a large piece of her heart had been torn away, and the wound could not be stitched back up. Her head spun, and her brain refused to accept this terrible information. She went out onto the street, and everything suddenly seemed strange and indifferent to her. People were walking by, talking as if nothing had happened. Surreal, thought Faith. I'm devastated, but I don't have any tears. I can't even cry. She sat down directly on the sidewalk and then noticed that she was barefoot. She had gone out into the street without her shoes on. In the evening, a friend, who was also her colleague, came to visit. Together with a notary, they drew up a general power of attorney so that the friend could sell the business while Faith was in her home country. Her friend bought her plane tickets, helped her pack her suitcase, and escorted Faith to the airport. Grief overwhelmed Faith so much that she couldn't remember how she had gotten on the airplane. Only when she found herself in her seat did she realize how tired and hungry she was. She had lunch, which was brought to her by the stewardess, and then fell asleep. It was raining when she arrived at her hometown, but suddenly she remembered her father's words. "Rain, you're not sugar, you won't melt." For the next 3 days, she was busy with the funeral. Father's friends, colleagues, and former co-workers came to see her and helped in any way they could. After the funeral was over and people were leaving the wake, Her father's old friend, Mr. Cumming, with whom he had been friends since school, approached her. "You have to pull yourself together, Faith," he said, stroking Faith's head. "Your father's business has been idle for a week, and he would never allow himself to do such a thing. Your father didn't take vacations or days off, so stop grieving, especially since your daddy wouldn't want you to. Take charge, trust no one, don't let his life's work go to waste, and I'll help you if need be and recommend trustworthy people." "Thank you, Mr. Cumming." Faith hugged the elderly man and cried, "You should visit me more often. After all, you're like my second dad, you know." The elderly man gave Faith a comforting hug, promised all possible help and left. Next to Faith during these days was her faithful childhood friend Sandy, who surrounded her with care. The next morning, the lawyer called and suggested meeting at the office. Faith, dressed in a black dress, went to meet him. "Good morning," he greeted. "Firstly, please accept my condolences, but you've probably guessed why I've called you here. Your father left a will stating that he bequeathed all his real estate assets and the company to you as his sole heir." "Thank you," Faith said. "I hope you will continue to work with me as you have done for many years with my father." "I would be honoured," the attorney replied. "I would be happy to continue working with you." Faith was glad that besides Boris, she had one more assistant, a respected, well-known lawyer in town. Faith went to the company right after her meeting with the lawyer. She showed up in the same black dress. It made an indelible impression on the secretary, who remained standing like a dumbfounded at the sight of Faith in a morning dress. Not thinking long, the new owner demanded a meeting of the board of directors, where she introduced herself as the new head of the company. Among these large business sharks who gathered around the long table in the office of the deceased, she looked like a fragile and inexperienced girl. However, seeing the smug smirk of some of the directors, Faith remembered Mr. Cummings's words that now there is a turning point in the company which should not be let down. According to half of the employees, she did not see a single drop of sympathy, and so she gathered all her will into a fist, as she could do before, and decided to show these people that she was not a total pillow princess, but the real businesswoman. "Thank you, Dad, for everything, for the opportunity to learn from the best teachers, for your help and advice, for my character that you helped me to cultivate in myself," she thought. "Gentlemen," Faith said aloud, "allow me to introduce myself. I am Faith Redford, and now I am responsible for all the directions our company is engaged in. Please contact me with any relevant questions. I dare to hope that you will also help me to learn all the subtleties of business for the prosperity of our common business." By the mood in the hall, Faith realized that she would not have to wait for any special help from the managers appointed by her father. There were only a few people who immediately after the meeting approached her with their questions about the company's activities, as well as with their suggestions for the development and maintenance of the company afloat. By simple checks, which her father had taught her, Faith was able to determine the real state of affairs of the company. The audit showed that some of the managers, taking advantage of the precarious position, began to steal and leak secret information to competitors. Therefore, Faith, with the support of her father's old friend, made some personnel changes. She introduced strict rules into the company's regulations, which to some unscrupulous employees seemed like real reprisals. These actions immediately made obvious who was in his place and who wasted the resources of the company in vain, and the business, which had recently been cracking at the seams, began to work in full force. Some employees started working double shifts and earning high salaries and bonuses, while customers were flocking to the company. As a result, the company's revenue increased. Now, no one said that Faith was a wealthy heiress who lived a carefree life abroad. Everyone realized that she was the worthy daughter of her father, and she was fully capable of running his company. As Faith worked hard to put her father's company in order, his house remained empty. At first, she couldn't bear to be in it because everything reminded her of her dad. But as she worked 14-hour days, the pain began to dull, and she decided to return to the nest her father had built for her. "Could you stay with me, at least for a while?" Faith asked her friend Sandy. "The house is big and I'm so lonely." "Of course," her friend replied reassuringly. "But not for long. You need time to get used to it in the end." The week passed quickly and Sandy returned home. But in that time, they transformed the previously dull house of the old bachelor into a cozy home, entirely changing the design. The mansion became brighter and Faith felt lighter. However, she still felt lonely in such a large house, so she decided to get a dog. As a child, she loved dogs, particularly sheepdogs. Sadly, her father forbade her from having a four-legged friend. Without much thought, Faith began to search for the right breed in ads. Unfortunately, sheepdogs were no longer in fashion, but she found a kennel that bred German shepherds. Faith got in her car and rushed to meet her future friend. "You're late," said the kennel owner. "All the puppies have already been taken. You'll have to wait a year. I don't allow my dogs to give birth too often." "It's a pity." Faith was saddened. "I'm the only one left. I thought I'd get myself a friend. At least it would be easier for me to live." Then, behind the kennel owner's back, Faith noticed a young dog limping on his hind leg as it came out of its enclosure. It was a beautiful German shepherd with very intelligent eyes. The dog stood up and gazed at Faith before walking over, wagging its tail and licking her hand. "Thor, get back here," the kennel owner shouted out. "Can't you see that I'm talking? Go back to your place." The dog lowered its head and tail before slowly walking back towards the enclosure, peeking back at Faith. "I like him," Faith exclaimed. "He chose me himself. I think we'll be friends. And he's so handsome." "Thor has been lame since birth," the owner explained. "He's about a year old and nobody wanted him. And I didn't want to give Thor to the wrong hands either. There are all sorts of people. But I can give him to you for free if you won't bring him back. It would be a betrayal to him." "Of course not," Faith replied. "I don't betray my friends." "All right, then call him," said the owner. Faith boldly entered the enclosure. "Thor," she said to the dog affectionately, "will you come with me? I will love you, and we'll walk and live together as friends." The dog looked at the girl with its black, intelligent eyes before walking over and lying down at her feet, making it clear that he trusted her. The kennel owner was happy that his pet would finally find a family. He gave Faith a lot of advice on care and feeding, handed her a veterinary passport and Thor's pedigree. Faith went home happy. Now she had a friend with whom she will surely never be alone and sad. Although she didn't admit it to anyone, living alone in the house was creepy for her. And now with Thor, life was going to get better. Faith could feel it. Thor sat in the back seat as if he had been riding in a car all of his life. He poked his muzzle out of the open window and watched the passing scenery. When Faith opened the car door, Thor jumped out of it with a joyful bark and ran through the garden. He then ran into the hallway, sniffed all the rooms, and lay down on the rug near the fireplace, making it clear that he felt at home. "Well, Thor, shall we go to dinner?" Faith said. "I've got a nice meat bone for you." The dog wagged his tail happily and ran after his new mistress. The evening passed quickly. Falling asleep, Faith felt the dog was lying next to her bed and peacefully sniffing his nose. She became calm and cozy. She felt at home now too. "Did you really buy a dog? And such a huge one at that?" Sandy, who came to visit the next day, was surprised at the sight of Thor. "It's such a burden. You should be thinking about yourself. And you're doing such nonsense." "Thor is not a burden," replied Faith. "He's my friend, and we love each other." "Maybe you'll marry him," laughed her friend. "Oh, you'd better find yourself a boyfriend. That would be more useful." Those last words proved prophetic for Faith. While walking Thor in the park that evening, she was introduced to a young man named Kevin. As Thor ran around scaring squirrels, Faith and Kevin got to talking. "Do you live far from here?" Kevin asked. "It's dark now. I can walk you out. You never know what would happen." "I'm not afraid," said Faith. "I have Thor with me, and he won't let me get hurt. But if you want to walk me out, you're welcome. I don't live far away." When they arrived at Faith's mansion together, Kevin was surprised by where his new acquaintance lived. He seemed to shrink, and all his fun disappeared. Faith noticed and asked what was wrong. "So you're the new mistress of the mansion. Half the city talks about you. They say the daughter of a powerful businessman came from abroad and set her own order. You don't seem like a rough businesswoman, though. But I'm poor, living with my sick mum. Her pension is small and I'm working hard to provide her with treatment. It's expensive and my job doesn't pay well, so I have to work nights. You probably won't even talk to me now. I'm small fish to you," Kevin said. "What a nonsense," Faith exclaimed. "I have all kinds of friends, both rich and poor. You're too narrow-minded to think like that. Let me make you some tea. My au pair baked many cakes this morning. If Thor hasn't eaten them all, we will have some for sure." The two laughed and went to the terrace. At the house, Kevin admired its surroundings and behaved modestly and tactfully. To Faith, he seemed like a charming and unspoiled young man. It could be said that she liked Kevin at first sight. She could see that he was interested in her as he looked at her in the mirror opposite. However, Thor did not share his mistress's sympathy. He wouldn't let Kevin pet him and growled quietly at him. After an hour, he brought Kevin's shoes and put them next to him, as if to say he was not welcome. Faith laughed and said, "Thor, what are you doing? Look, Kevin, Thor is jealous." "I understand him. I'd be jealous too," Kevin replied with a smile. When Kevin left, Faith called Sandy and told her that she seemed to be in love. "And I've told you," her friend replied. "It's time to get smart and organize your personal life. And anyway, I'm already asleep." Faith did not notice how 2 months passed. During this time, she and Kevin met every day, and he soon confessed his love to her. Faith reciprocated, and it seemed that nothing could mar their happy time. Kevin was at Faith's house every day, but he was too shy to take her to his place. "Why doesn't he want to introduce me to his mother?" Faith asked her friend Sandy, perplexed. "Well, understand him," soothed her friend. "He's probably shy about his modest dwelling and his sick, bedridden mother. You don't know what kind of situation they have. That's why he doesn't want to shock you. You're a princess to him, and he's a simple guy with big problems. But you know, Faith, all our friends are jealous of you. When they saw your Kevin, who was so suave, handsome, and smart beyond his years, they all turned green with envy. They always pick up rich boys who don't care much about them. And you're the lucky one, so hang on to him. He liked you in the park, and he found out about the house and your wealth later, so you could say it's just a nice bonus for him." And Faith calmed down. She enjoyed the attention and care from Kevin, and was amused by the jealous behaviour of her favourite dog, who chewed up Kevin's shoe. One day, while Faith and Kevin were sitting in a small cosy cafe, she noticed that her beloved became sad. "What's wrong?" she asked quietly. "Maybe I can help?" "What can you help?" replied Kevin sadly. You can't put my mum on her feet. I tried. I took a huge loan. I sent her to Germany for treatment. Mum is much better. Now she can sit up and even stand. But she needs expensive rehab. So I took out a second loan, so I wouldn't lose valuable time. And today, I was told that in 2 months, I'll be laid off from my job. How am I going to pay off 2 loans at once? And I can't tell my mum the bad news. It will undermine her health. What's the problem? Come on, I'll pay off your loan. I never had a mum, so at least I'll help yours. No, I won't let you pay anything for me, Kevin said firmly, especially since your company is cooperating with this bank. They will say that your boyfriend is an insolvent bum, so no, stay out of it. I'll handle it myself. Let's enjoy the evening. When Faith found herself at home, Kevin's words kept her awake. She couldn't help but want to help him. Kevin was the only person she loved. So the next day, Faith asked her personal assistant to check how much Kevin owed and wipe out the debt with her personal funds. When she received a notification about the withdrawal, she was very surprised at the huge amount Kevin had borrowed. Can you imagine, she told Sandy, a bill for a 60,000? Apparently his mum had a very serious illness. I'll have to meet her sometime. Oh my goodness, said her friend. Did you pay that much for a stranger? You're out of your mind. You're not even married. Well, it's an urgent matter. I think he's going to propose soon. It's coming, I can feel it. Well, I'm happy for you then. Be careful, Faith. When Kevin found out that Faith had paid his debt for him, he became angry, resentful, and stopped answering her calls. Faith didn't even know where he lived to talk to him face to face. But 3 days later, Kevin himself came to her house with flowers. When Faith opened the door, a young man in a beautiful business suit was holding out an engagement ring to her and looking at her as if she were the last woman on earth. Faith, will you be my wife? Kevin asked quietly, looking at her hopefully. Of course, she exclaimed delightedly. Half an hour later, they were already discussing the details of the upcoming wedding. It's a pity that my parents won't be able to be happy for us, Faith said sadly. But we have your mum. By the way, how is she? I'd like to meet her. Why? Kevin was surprised. You'll meet her right away at the wedding. She's still weak from the surgery and physical treatments. Let's reschedule the introductions for later. Okay, Faith agreed. But if she's uncomfortable moving around on her own, I can come myself. Why don't we surprise her with some goodies and get to know each other? I also have a present for your mum. Don't bother, Kevin said after thinking for a while. We'll come to you, especially since Mum hasn't gone anywhere in years. Okay, I agree. Faith nodded and smiled. We'll have to clean up a bit since Thor has his stuff in the corners and fur everywhere. I'll call a cleaning company tomorrow. I don't want to get in trouble in front of my future mother-in-law. All week, Faith tidied up the already perfect house, cleaned the garden with the gardener, and taught Thor commands so that he would not let down the mistress in front of the dear guests. Finally, the day arrived when Kevin and his mother were to drop by. Before their arrival, Faith prepared a sumptuous dinner, bought expensive wine and exotic fruits, all to ensure that Kevin's mother would not feel lacking in anything. Faith even bought a comfortable orthopedic chair for people with mobility difficulties, which could be placed at the table. When the doorbell rang, excited, Faith ran down the stairs to the hallway and opened the front door. Kevin and a pretty woman in her 50s, who looked modestly over her son's shoulder, stood before her. The woman was leaning on a cane, but, to Faith's surprise, Kevin's mother's gait was quite confident, and the girl had the feeling that the cane was an unnecessary object. Also, it seemed to Faith for a moment that she had seen this woman somewhere before, but she couldn't remember where. Waving this thought away, she cordially invited the future kinswoman into the living room. "Hello, I'm overjoyed to see you." She addressed Kevin's mother. "My name is Faith, and I am Kevin's fiancée. Well, you probably already know that. But what's your name? Kevin didn't tell me." "Hello, my dear Faith," the mother addressed the girl affectionately. "My name is Grace. Yes, my son is secretive, but please don't take offence at him. He's had a hard life, and it's all because of me. As it happens, I had problems with my spine when I was young. Right, son?" Grace looked back at her son, seeking support. "Yes, for as long as I can remember, Mum was always sick," Kevin confirmed. "That's why she couldn't work. We lived on welfare. I was young then, and it's not sweet, you know, when everyone buys everything, and you just look and envy other people's toys." Faith felt uncomfortable that Kevin had to remember the past, which he apparently wanted to forget. Besides, she felt sorry for the sick woman, so Faith decided to invite the guests to the table to treat them to a delicious dinner. Thor was kicked out of the room because he started growling at Kevin again. Grace looked fearfully at the dog, so Faith unceremoniously took the dog by the collar and literally dragged the stubborn Thor out of the living room. "Sit here and think about your behaviour," she scolded him. Thor whimpered and rubbed his muzzle with his paw, which meant that he was apologising and feeling guilty. But the mistress was inexorable. She was afraid that Kevin's mother would be frightened, which might affect her health. When Faith returned to the living room, she found Kevin and his mother sitting at the table and whispering about something. When they saw her, they recoiled from each other and smiled, strained. Faith noticed that Kevin's mum sat in a normal chair, not the specially prepared one with the same mechanism as the chairs at the rehabilitation centre where she was treated. All the clinics in Germany had the same chairs, so this struck Faith as odd. "Grace, it would probably be more comfortable for you to sit here," said Faith, and pointed to the chair. "I specially bought this chair for you, and it has the same mechanism as the chairs at the rehabilitation centre where you were treated." Kevin's mother looked fearfully at her son, carefully got up from the table, and with Kevin's help, sat down in the chair. Faith found it amazing that they could not find the latch that was right under the armrest that allowed the padded footrest to slide out. Faith walked over and helped them get more comfortable. It was obvious that Grace was very nervous. But what was she so worried about? Faith could not understand, and Kevin felt out of place. It was visible to the naked eye. Faith condescendingly wrote off the general nervousness to the first acquaintance. Probably it is the first time Grace has been in such a house and she feels uncomfortable, she thought. The evening went on as usual. They ate, talked about themselves, laughed and drank wine. And Grace drank more wine than all of them. And this peculiarity, Faith also wrote off the anxiety of the guest. Once again, when Grace began to tell a new story about Kevin's childhood, Faith noticed how the groom lightly touched his mother's foot with his shoe, so that she apparently did not say too much. She was amused by what she saw. Faith thought that Kevin was afraid that his mother would give away his childhood secret. After dinner, everyone moved smoothly into the hall to the fireplace. Grace decided to stretch her legs, which she did very briskly, to Faith's surprise. And then she decided to examine the pictures standing on the mantel. "How pretty you are here," said Grace good-natured. "How old are you here? 5 or 6 years old?" "Yes," replied Faith. "I am 5.5 here." "And where is your mother? I don't see any pictures of her here. There are only pictures of you, and one picture of an older man. Is that your dad?" "Yes, that's my daddy shortly before he died. Now, I'll show you a picture of him holding me, a newborn, right after I was discharged from the hospital, and my mum died after giving birth." Saying this, Faith pulled out of the dresser an old photo of her father from 25 years ago. When Grace saw the photo of Faith's father in his youth, she suddenly turned pale and grabbed the fireplace stand. It was obvious that she felt ill, and her strength had left her. "What has happened?" Faith became worried. "Are you in pain? Should we call a doctor?" "No, the woman replied weakly. "It's just my blood pressure. It's been a long time since I've been out in public. I'm so weak. Kevin, let's go home. Thank you, darling, for the warm welcome. I really enjoyed it. You're a good girl, and I'm glad Kevin has such a bride. It's a gift from heaven. Thank you for everything, daughter," Grace quietly cried. Now it was Kevin's turn to be surprised. It was evident that he was frightened of his mother. "Sorry, Faith. We'll go. Mum's not feeling well." "I can come with you," Faith offered. "I can stay with her all day tomorrow while you're at work. And then we'll find her a companion. It'll be better." "No," Kevin replied firmly. "You don't need to come with us. It's too late. God forbid anything should happen to you. We'll talk next time. Come on, Mum. It's time for your medication." Faith was upset that the evening had ended so abruptly and badly. She couldn't get the thought of Kevin's mum being swayed by the pictures of her father out of her mind. "Listen," she said to Sandy on the phone. "It was so strange. I showed Kevin's mum the picture of my dad, and her legs gave out. Her blood pressure dropped. I feel like he reminded her of someone, and Kevin seems to know about it." "That's weird," replied Sandy. "You need to figure it out. Otherwise you'll be thinking about it for a long time. I know you. I think you should ask her directly." "But I don't even know where they live," Faith complained. "Kevin is always evasive in his answers. I thought he was shy about their house, comparing it to mine." "It's still strange," parried her friend. "I'm not embarrassed that I have only one-bedroom apartment in the mortgage bought, which in comparison with your mansion looks like a dog kennel. It's not about that. I can feel it." Faith decided to follow her friend's advice and visit Kevin's mum while he was away. She felt that the woman had acted inhibited in front of her son, afraid to say anything in front of him. Now she knew that firmly, having fully analysed yesterday's meeting. The next day, Faith asked her fiancé to take her to his mother's house, or at least to tell her the address where they lived. But Kevin referred to his busy schedule and avoided answering, not wanting to say where he lived. So, Faith resorted to the help of a private detective agency. Within a couple of days, they provided her with information about where Kevin's mum lived. On the third day, Faith stood on the threshold of the small house of her fiancé, which looked more like a shabby hovel of bums than the dwelling of a successful sales manager. Faith knocked gently and heard shuffling footsteps outside the door. When the door opened, Faith saw Kevin's mother in front of her, but not in the blooming state she had been in the last time, but in a completely opposite way. Her untidy hair and old robe suggested that Grace had recently had a drink. "Hello," the woman said, looking at Faith with cloudy eyes. "Who do you want?" "Don't you remember me?" Faith was shocked. "It's me, Faith, your son's fiancée." Only now the woman realised who was standing in front of her. She was frightened and immediately shrank under Faith's gaze. But still, she invited the girl into the house. After a quick glance around the house, Faith realised that the woman lived all alone and had no problems with her legs. And then Faith suddenly realised she was cruelly deceived. But for what? She noticed that the woman was hiding her eyes shamefully. There is still a conscience in that woman, so not everything is lost for her, thought Faith. "What does this all mean?" she asked Grace. "Are you really Kevin's mother?" The woman seemed to be waiting for these questions. "No, I'm not Kevin's mother. I'm actually a former actress. Kevin hired me to introduce me to you as his mother, and I live here because this is my home. As you can see, I'm strapped for cash. Kevin promised to pay me, but he hasn't given me a dime yet. I think he cheated me, just like he cheated you." "But why?" Faith asked in surprise. "We were going to get married, and anyway, he seemed like such a good and decent person." "He is a nice man, as you say," replied Grace, grinning bitterly, "but he is a real swindler. He told me how he found out that a young and inexperienced rich girl had returned to town to inherit her father's estate. So he caught you in the park while you were walking the dog and masterfully insinuated himself into your confidence. Then he cried that he had a sick mother and had been treating her all his adult life. That's how you got caught, girl. When I saw you and realized what a kind, sympathetic person you are, I was so ashamed that I was involved in this, but I was afraid to confess to you. I thought you'd put me in jail with your connections. That's why he wouldn't tell me where he lived, Faith gasped. I trusted him. I paid so much money for your supposed treatment, and all he wanted was my money. And by the way, he hasn't picked up the phone in 2 days. And he won't, decided Grace. He cheated you, got the money and probably fled abroad. Please forgive me for helping him. He described you at first as a spoiled bad girl, and I stupidly decided to help him. Of course, the money played a part in it. I forgive you, said Faith. I see that you didn't do it out of a good life. And by the way, I promised to help you with housing and a job. Hey, why are you crying? Grace's lips trembled. Tears flowed in streams. She stretched out her hands to Faith and said something that made the girl's own legs give out. I'm crying because you are my own daughter. I realized it when I saw the picture of your father as a young man. He was in his 40s when he decided he needed a child to give himself more weight in society. At that time, I was very beautiful and healthy. I played major roles in the theatre. That's where he saw me. Your father offered me to get pregnant with IVF and carry his child. I agreed because I needed money. My husband, whom I love very much, was very sick. So your father gave me a huge deposit on which I was able to cure my sick husband. Although my husband died 5 years ago, he and I had a good life, thanks to your father's help. When you were born, your father took you from my arms without even letting me say goodbye to you. I knew that you weren't my child because the eggs for IVF were not mine, but I had been carrying you for 9 months and I gave birth to you. I loved you as soon as I saw you. You had such tiny hands, big blue eyes, and a cute little heart-shaped face. But your father ordered me and my husband to leave town, and we did, taking the rest of the money. It wasn't until my husband died that I was able to come back here. Then I found out that you were living abroad. People said your father made you do it. I understand why he did it. He didn't want you to know about me and what he did. First, I grieved, then I started drinking. I got kicked out of one job, then another, and that's how I got to this life. But recently, Kevin came along and offered me a part-time job. He helped me to get my appearance in order, taught me what to say and how to behave, and when I was ready, we came to visit. I didn't know that the rich girl Kevin wanted to cheat would turn out to be my little girl. I don't have any more children except for you. Sometimes I'd walk quietly to your office and watch you get in or out of your car and walk to the door of the firm. I was so happy that you had grown up to be a beautiful, business-like young woman, especially since people in town spoke very well of you, literally praying for you, because your company feeds so many families. I'm sorry, daughter. I'm so glad I could talk to you, frankly. But now, go and live your life, and don't tell anyone that you have such a bad mother. Faith was in deep shock. Her heart was breaking from her mother's words, and tears were pouring from her eyes. It turned out that all this time, her mother was not dead, but was suffering from remorse and was living impoverished. I'm not going anywhere, and I'm not leaving you here alone, Faith answered firmly. You're coming with me to our house, my home, now your home. Mother. When Grace heard these words, she threw herself onto her daughter's neck and wept. With the streams of her tears came out all the pain and guilt that she had accumulated on her soul throughout her life. Faith could not say a word, but instead pressed the skinny woman against herself, stroked her head and kissed her forehead. "Mummy, my dear, don't cry," she soothed her mother and herself. "From today, everything will change. You won't need anything anymore. I promise you, and I'll say it again. I forgive you. It's not your fault." And the two close people went home. In Faith's huge house, Grace could not find a place for herself. She was worried and kept trying to crawl into a secluded corner, but her daughter wouldn't let her do it. Faith showed that her mother is also the mistress of this house and has the right to live happily ever after. Surprisingly, but Thor liked Grace immediately. "Just imagine, Mum," Faith remembered, but Thor disliked Kevin at first sight. He constantly growled at him and tried to kick him out of the house. "Pets immediately feel bad people," said the mother, "and Thor, well done, did not let my daughter be hurt. Good boy, come here. I'll give you a tasty treat, my good boy." The dog, wagging his tail like a propeller, cheerfully ran up to Faith's mother for a treat. During the couple of weeks, Grace transformed into an attractive and well-groomed woman. Happiness makes people like that. When Sandy learned about Kevin's deception, she advised Faith to go to the police and report him for fraud. So Faith did. The failed fiancé was soon detained because he did not have time to fly abroad and was eventually put in jail. And after another week, Faith realized that she was pregnant and informed her mother. "I'm pleased," exclaimed Grace. "I'm going to have a grandson or granddaughter. I never even dreamed of such a thing. I'm so happy." "Mum, well, I work in a managerial position. How can I be?" said Faith. "How am I going to work and look after a baby?" "We'll manage, daughter," Grace replied affectionately. The future grandmother began preparations for the baby's arrival. She bought the most beautiful things, knitted pinnies and sweaters, and watched the diet and the daily regimen of her daughter, not letting her stress. Pregnancy was hard, with toxemia and edema completely tormenting Faith, but she endured it all stoically for the sake of her baby. Contrary to the advice of doctors, Faith worked until the last moment and did not even think about taking maternity leave. An old friend of her father and a lawyer advised Faith to take a break from work and dedicate her life to preparing for the arrival of her baby. Faith eventually gave in and wrote them a general power of attorney to manage the company. She could trust only these people. One evening when Faith was driving home, she suddenly felt sick. Her head was spinning and her stomach hurt sharply. She pulled over to the side of the road and got out onto the sidewalk. Seeing a bench, Faith sat heavily on it. The pain made her see dark spots and Faith groaned, covering her face with her hands. "Are you okay?" a strange voice asked. Faith felt a hand on her shoulder. She turned and saw a young man. "Don't be afraid, I'm a doctor. I'll call an ambulance right away." "My phone, dead," Faith said through gritted teeth, the pain making it difficult to talk. "And I think I'm having contractions." "I will call the ambulance. Let's go in my van," the man commanded. "I have a good first aid kit and clean water there." The doctor helped Faith to her car and laid her on the spacious back seat. Contractions followed one after another, and soon the street was filled with the cry of a baby girl. The man wrapped her in a clean towel and then his shirt. An ambulance arrived 10 minutes after the birth of the baby. The man escorted Faith to her ward in the hospital and promised to visit. "You're lucky you met Oscar," said one of the nurses. "He used to work here before, but one of his patients died at home from complications, and Oscar couldn't handle such grief and quit. Now he works as a builder, but the skill was helpful. But he's an excellent doctor." Soon Faith's mother arrived, out of breath. She was the first to learn that she had a granddaughter. The joy of the new grandmother knew no bounds. When Oscar entered the ward, everyone fell silent, and Faith looked gratefully at him. "If not for you, I don't know what would have happened to us," Faith said quietly. "Thank you for everything." "Any good man would have done the same," the former doctor replied, "so you don't have to thank me." "But there are not many good men now," Faith's mother joined the conversation. For example, my granddaughter's father doesn't even know he's become a dad because he's a scoundrel. But you're a real hero. I wish I had such a son-in-law, said Grace dreamily. Why not? Oscar joked. I was walking and I saw a lonely girl sitting on a bench. I thought maybe I should marry her. Why should a good woman be lost alone? Everyone laughed. The room was filled with happiness. Faith's heart skipped a beat. She realized that before her was not only a real man, but also her soulmate. And so it happened that fate's magic became true with her mother's joke. On the day of discharge, Oscar met Faith with flowers and took her baby girl in his arms. Karen didn't cry, panic, curse men, or touchingly pity her daughter in general. She behaved as usual. Sitting across from Alice, she stroked her hand, saying, Alice, it's best that you see his true face now, not later. People like him leave sooner or later, often in the hardest moments of life. Be glad that you won't have to regret wasted time and effort. Alice continued to cry, and Mum looked at her with understanding and compassion. Patiently waiting for the tears to stop, she brought a glass of water and said, hugging Alice's shoulders, actually, doing something familiar and ordinary helps a lot in such cases. Of course, unpleasant activities such as cleaning and washing dishes are excluded. Mum hated both, although she loved to cook and could create a culinary miracle from the simplest and cheapest products. I hate washing dishes and cleaning, she usually informed her admirers sincerely, and frightened lovers of free comfort quickly disappeared from her life. Alice couldn't be like her mum. She couldn't stand up for her own interests, and another woman took Nathan away from her. 6 months ago, Alice had a happy event happen by chance. She was in the right place at the right time, and her modest life miraculously changed. She had just graduated from a pedagogical college and came to work in a kindergarten. Many old acquaintances were surprised by Alice's unfashionable choice. She did well in school and could have chosen a more prestigious and profitable profession. Only her mother, Granny, and her friend Stephanie were not surprised. They knew that Alice loved children, and Alice loved her. It was pointless to resist her vocation. One of her charges was a 3-year-old girl named Sherelle. She loved examining everything. She wasn't timid or intimidated. She just felt comfortable contemplating alone. After watching the new teacher for a couple of days, Sherelle decided that she could trust her, and from that day on, she started sharing with Alice drawings, stones, interesting leaves. Alice couldn't help but become attached to Sherelle the most. Usually, Sherelle's mother, a small, elegant blonde, slightly older than the teacher, came to pick her up. Tender, polite, and taciturn, she seemed like an enlarged copy of her little daughter. She raised her child alone, often looking sad and tired. According to the headmistress's story, they lived together. Sherelle, her mother, and her grandmother. Alice became even more fond of the girl. She herself grew up without a father, but she never doubted her mother's and grandmother's love and care throughout her childhood. It was the 3rd month of Alice's work in the kindergarten when, instead of Sherelle's mother, a strange man came to pick up the girl. He was a sturdy, charming, brown-haired man of about 25, energetic, tanned, with grey-blue eyes and a shining, self-confident smile. Alice felt that he understood that he made an impression on the young teacher, and it was even offensive. Did Sherelle's father remember Sherelle's existence finally? She thought, but said out loud, I can't give the child to a stranger. It's in the interests of the safety of the entrusted children. Sherelle's mother didn't warn me that someone else would come for her. No problem, the stranger generously said, took out his mobile phone, made a call, and said that the receiver, Margot, the most beautiful Mary Poppins, refused to give me Sherelle. Explain to her that I'm not a stranger. Sorry, I forgot to warn you yesterday. My brother came and I asked him to pick up Sherelle so I wouldn't run from work like crazy. Alice knew that Margot had a strict boss who was more likely to stay late for work than leave early. Sometimes all the children had already been picked up, and Alice and Sherelle were waiting for their mother. Thank you for your vigilance, Alice Walker, declared the man with mock seriousness. You can be trusted. Come to your uncle, Sherelle. Let's go home. Near the exit, he turned around with the girl in his arms. Oh, and by the way, my name is Nathan. Goodbye, Nathan, Alice said with a reserved smile, bidding farewell and forcing herself to immediately turn around and go to the group. She didn't want him to think he had impressed her. Anyway, it didn't work out for Alice. She kept thinking about Sherelle's uncle all evening, and the next day he came for his niece again. The usually cautious and reserved Sherelle ran to him, spreading her arms. Uncle! Pardon me for asking. Is Margot all right? Alice ventured to ask. Everything's fine, assured Nathan. I just thought I'd help my sister while I'm here. I'm out of contract, so I came to my folks for a vacation. I don't know how long I'll be here. Perhaps he was waiting for Alice to ask something, like where he worked, but she just nodded and said, Okay, I see, immediately feeling how stupid and boring it sounded. Oh, I almost forgot, the guy exclaimed, slapping himself lightly on the forehead. This is for you, and he held out a box of expensive candy that seemed to come from nowhere. Thanks, Alice marvelled, but what's the occasion? In honour of getting acquainted, the guy smiled. The next day, he brought a big bouquet of roses. Sherelle eagerly accepted the gift on behalf of her favourite teacher. Before Alice could find the right words, the man picked up his niece, after saying goodbye, went out the door of the playgroup. Alice took the flowers home and told her mother about the new acquaintance. He's not greedy, anyway, Karen laughed carelessly while admiring her daughter's bouquet. The flowers are gorgeous. So many men don't give flowers nowadays. It's even funny to say that some men consider a woman mercantile for wanting a bouquet or a cup of coffee in a beautiful coffee shop. I will always support a man in difficult moments, but I'm not going to do it for a deliberate miser. One good thing is that you can recognize such men right away. Oh, I got distracted. Dear, you seemed surprised and confused. Why? It's a common occurrence. A young man has decided to court you in the classic way. That's not a bad thing, as long as he's not married. I wouldn't advise you to get involved with a married man. You're so pretty, Alice. Mum loved lyrical digressions, as she called them. She did not share the details of her personal life with Alice, but she loved to think aloud, and Alice could more or less understand what her mum was going through. Karen had a happy trait. She was always interested in life, even if life was not very smooth. It was probably because of this that she looked younger than her years, despite her modest income. Of course, she didn't hover in the clouds, but just floated a little above the asphalt and lawns. The next day, Nathan came for Sherelle again. Seeing Alice, he pulled out 2 theatre tickets from the inside pocket of his jacket. I have 2 tickets to the theatre on Saturday. I just want to know if Alice Walker agrees to go out with me. We can try, Alice replied, and our theatre is really good. On Saturday evening, Alice's friend Stephanie dropped by and caught Alice dressing up. Stephanie's eyes widened in amusement. Wow, why are you putting on such a pretty dress? Something unusual has happened, and your best friend doesn't know. Now you just need to tell me everything, said Stephanie, ogling Alice in her new dress from all sides. Alice and Stephanie had been friends since kindergarten, although no one could explain why such different girls became such friends. Stephanie had little interest in other people. For a select few, she made an exception, including her childhood friend Alice. Stephanie's mother was very pleased with their friendship. In her opinion, Responsive Alice, with her soft charm, wonderfully influenced her daughter. Stephanie was persistent, so Alice had to tell her about Cheryl's uncle. "Oh my goodness, I personally discouraged you from working in the kindergarten. And do you remember one of the main arguments?" "Yeah, of course I remember. You said it would be boring because I wouldn't meet anyone because there are only mums and grandmas there." Alice laughed, pulling out of the box the heels that she had only worn a couple of times. "I solemnly admit I was wrong," Stephanie declared. "Will you introduce me to him? You know I have a realistic view of things, and I'll tell you right away what your boyfriend's worth." "Stephanie, he's not mine yet. Don't rush things. We've recently met, and we're just going to the theatre. He left his hometown a long time ago, so maybe he has no friends left here, and probably that's why he invited me. No one to go out with." "And I thought you'd be interested in my opinion. If I had a suitor, I'd introduce you right away. And, by the way, he could take his sister to the theatre, but he asked you. By the way, what does he do?" "He's an engineer, an oil man. Used to work in the north on shifts. Now he doesn't want to anymore. He was going to look for something with a regular schedule and closer to civilization." "Oh, he's not poor, I guess. Alice, are you sure he's not married?" Alice just laughed. In fact, it was fortunate that Stephanie had dropped by. While the girl was giggling with her, she had no time to worry about whether she looked good enough and how the meeting would go. When Nathan called, Alice was long since ready. They were sitting in the kitchen. Karen and Stephanie were drinking coffee with chocolate chip cookies, and Alice was just waiting and trying to appear casual. "I'll be right out," she promised into her cell phone and looked out of the 4th floor window into the street, followed by Stephanie. Nathan parked at the very entrance, got out of the car and looked up. "Howdy," Stephanie stated. "Interesting." Everything went wonderfully, as Mum would have defined it, classically. After several years of working in the north, Nathan had planned a 2-month vacation with his relatives. Then he planned to go to the capital, especially since it was not far away. 2 years ago, he had already bought a studio on the outskirts and had been renting it out all this time. Now he would ask the tenants to vacate the apartment for the owner. He would live there himself and look for a job. By the end of the 2nd month in his hometown, Nathan had added one more item to his plans. One Saturday evening, he unexpectedly came to visit Alice with a bouquet and a cake. He met Alice's mother and immediately announced, "Karen, I have serious intentions. I want to marry Alice, but I'll be honest, we'll have to wait. I need to find a job in the capital that will allow me to provide for my family. I'm used to good wages in the north. It's harder to find such a salary in the city. If I don't find it yet, I'll go back on shift." "You're a sensible man, Nathan," answered Karen, "but I can tell that Alice is hearing about your plans together for the first time." It was the plain truth. Alice had been caught off guard, and she wasn't good at pretending. For the past 2 months, she had fallen so self-consciously in love that everything else in her life had taken a back seat. She felt so good that she was afraid to think about the future so as not to jinx it with her plans. "I wanted to talk to you, both you and Alice at once. Alice, will you marry me?" "I will," Alice replied. She had imagined it happening differently, but she was still pleased. She wanted to hug Nathan, but was shy in front of her mother. He too sat solemnly, like a director at a banquet. "I'll bring the ring from the capital. There's no good jewellery shop here. I'm sorry it was so awkward." "We understand that not everything can be calculated and planned," Alice's mother reassured him. "A spontaneous decision isn't always worse than a well-considered one." "Am I really lucky that my future mother-in-law is so wise?" Nathan exclaimed. "Unequivocally," Alice assured him, "and in general, I'm in favour of complete non-interference in the affairs of a young family." The following week, Just before Nathan's departure was Alice's birthday. Nathan ordered a banquet in the cafe for the closest people. On Alice's side were her mother and Stephanie. The groom came with his mother, sister and Sherelle. Sherelle almost didn't get out of Alice's arms. It was the first time she was at a banquet, even such a small one. All her holidays were celebrated at home or in the kindergarten. She looked at interest with the decorated table and the beautiful folded napkins. Alice's mother found and approached Nathan's silent mother. She could get along with all kinds of people. Margot, Nathan's sister, looked tired, but tried to seem cheerful and lively. Nathan gave Alice a new telephone for her birthday, and 2 days later he left for the capital. The usual routine began, and Alice tried her best to go to work and switch over. She even tried once again to learn from her mother the wisdom of cutting and sewing. "Do you miss me that much?" the mother asked understandably. "Yes," Alice admitted. "I didn't even expect it myself. I generally thought such feelings were invented for novels, to make women more interesting to read. I was sure I'd live in peace." "Wow, you are so naive." "Not with your genes," Mum smiled. "In consolation, I can say that I had strong feelings in my heart, and I don't regret it at all. I'm overjoyed." Nathan came every week at first, then every 2 weeks. Alice understood that it was hard to spend half a day on the road after a working week and then go back a day later. Sometimes people just need to sleep at home without anyone interfering. On New Year's Eve, Nathan invited Alice to his place to show his bride the capital. Alice carefully informed her mother about it and what she would say to it. "Alice, are you really an antique at this time? Do you think I'm going to discourage you? Of course not. We're not Victorian England, and you're not a schoolgirl, but a grown-up, independent woman. It has to happen sometime. I'm glad for you that it's not too soon and that it happens as it should. Love is important, believe me." Alice believed her mother. She was sure, without any proof, that her mother understood love. "Who are you going to spend the holidays with? Are you going to Grandma and Mr. Capadona?" Once Alice's grandmother, grandfather and her mother lived in the same apartment. Alice didn't remember her grandfather well, as he died early, but her grandmother lived with them for a long time. 2 years ago she returned from the market and announced from the doorstep that she had met an elderly gentleman who selflessly helped her carry her groceries home. Grandma's acquaintance turned out to be the resident of the neighbouring town. He had a house where he lived alone. His children lived and worked in the capital and came to visit rarely. His wife had died a few years ago. Mr. Capadona came here for a friend's anniversary, and now he promised to visit more often, the grandmother said coquettishly. Alice and her mother laughed and forgot about it the next day, but Mr. Capadona wasn't joking. He came to visit Alice's grandmother, but he turned out to be a nice man who worked as a physics teacher until his retirement. Although he no longer taught at the school, he ran some kind of technical club for children. It was obvious that he adored Alice's grandmother. He didn't show it, but he didn't hide it on purpose. Alice found it a little funny at the time, but her mother said that she was just a young fool. 6 months later, Grandma and Mr. Capadona decided to move in together. Alice and her mother were invited to visit Mr. Capadona's house, so they could have peace of mind that their beloved mother and grandmother would live in decent conditions. Karen said that from now on she was calm for her mum, putting her in safe hands. "I'm going to visit Grandma and Mr. Capadona, of course," answered Karen to Alice's question. "And for New Year's Eve, I was also invited to my friend's summer house, to be honest, but I wouldn't have gone if you had stayed at home, because I'd have preferred your company. But apparently I'm having a romantic New Year's Eve too, so have a good time with Nathan." Alice and her mother laughed together. So Alice went to Nathan's house for New Year's Eve, And she had never had a happier New Year's Eve, even as a child, when everything was magical. During the day, Nathan showed her around the capital, and in the evening they returned to his studio and stayed alone. Alice helped pick out presents for Nathan's family, which she was supposed to take to them. Alice was a little surprised that Nathan didn't want to go to his relatives by himself. "We could spend half the weekend here and half at home." "Alice, my home is here. What is there to do there? We wouldn't get to spend so many nights together if we went there. With my mum, we're not particularly close, as you've noticed. I love her, of course, but we don't have much to talk about. Margot likes to whine as if it's someone else's fault that it's hard for her to raise her daughter alone. Of course, I feel sorry for her, but feeling sorry makes me exhausted." "Yes, you're just tired." Alice hastened to justify him. She would find something to say to his mum and sister. She would think of something to make them feel good. Everyone gets tired of their loved ones sometimes. However, Alice couldn't remember her grandmother, mother, or herself ever getting so tired of each other. But men must be differently organized. Sometimes you have to leave them alone so that they have time to miss you. The New Year holidays were over, and the usual foggy, dark, everyday life had returned. The calendar hinted at the approaching spring, but Alice didn't believe it. Nathan visited Alice and his relatives less and less often, until eventually he stopped altogether. Alice got restless and anxious. The windows rattled at night from the winds, and Alice, unable to sleep, felt like bad news was knocking at the door, news that was being kept from her during the day. Weekends without Nathan seemed long and pointless. Her friend Stephanie became a little distant, focusing on her own things, and even stopped asking for details about Alice's private life. Alice gradually became friends with Margot, Nathan's sister. The soft-spoken Margot came over with Sherelle, and the young women drank tea and talked about life with Karen, read a book to Sherelle and played with her. In the spring, when it was still cold enough in the mornings to require gloves, but the parks were already filled with pale green smoke from the buds that had barely burst on the trees, Alice was sent to the capital for a conference for teachers of children's educational institutions. The young woman decided to surprise Nathan and drop by without calling. They hadn't seen each other in over a month, and she thought an unexpected meeting would make him happy. The conference started on Monday, and Alice arrived in the city on Sunday evening. She paid the driver and got out of the taxi at the corner of the apartment building. Further on there was roadwork, and she had to walk a little. As she walked closer to the entrance, she saw a shapely girl in a light, unseasonable mini-dress and a half coat thrown over her shoulders, with pearly white, thick hair down to her shoulders. She was standing on tiptoes and kissing the lips of a young man who was lightly embracing her below the waist. To Alice's horror, she recognized the man as Nathan. "Should I say hello to your mother hen from you?" Stephanie's playfully melodic voice reached Alice. Then she laughed, and turning her head suddenly, noticed Alice. "Oh, you're a lucky man, Nathan. One woman goes away, another one comes," said Stephanie, and without waiting for a reply, she walked away in her usual gait. Stephanie had known her friend too long and well, and was convinced that Alice would not run after her, and would not be able to force herself to move from her seat. Alice's travel bag seemed to freeze up in her hands, and the woman couldn't say anything out of shock and resentment. Nathan, as if nothing had happened, took hold of the bag and pulled it towards him. "I'll help with it. Let's go home," he said. Alice obediently followed him, as if in a fog. In the elevator, she stood looking under her feet, or in the corner, unable to raise her eyes to Nathan, as if she were afraid to see someone else, a stranger. At the apartment, Nathan sat down on the edge of the chair, with his back to the unmade bed. and said condescendingly, "Honey, I didn't think you were such a child as your kindergarten charges. It's not like you at all. Please don't overreact. It's just male physiology. We don't see each other much. I'm a healthy man, but I have needs. I was sure you understood that and wouldn't come over without telling me, so as not to put me and yourself in such a stupid position. I would never allow you to run into each other here." "I'm not afraid of you coming to me at any time," Alice replied. "Darling, that's why I'm marrying you. You have all the qualities of a good wife. As for your pseudo-friend, these are the kind of women who enjoy spending time with, but only idiots marry them." "Yeah, you're not an idiot. You want a mother hen at home who's easy to fool." "Honey, don't blow my mind. It doesn't suit you. People like her just want to assert themselves at the expense of others. And you're buying it like a little girl. She gets nothing but scraps. She convinces herself that she's beaten you, but she hasn't." As Alice listened to his speech, she realized with clarity that he did not consider himself wrong, but rather a gift, a prize to be fought for. She stood up silently and walked towards the exit. Nathan, with a conciliatory smile, blocked her path near the front door. "Don't be silly, Alice. Where are you going for the night?" "To a hotel. I have a reservation. I'm here for a conference, not to catch you red-handed." "Are you rehearsing an abused wife?" "Okay, when you cool down, call me where you're staying and when you're free. We'll go somewhere after my work and your conference." Nathan smiled amicably. He wasn't even thinking of playing remorse. At 7 p.m. the next day, when she had gotten back to her room, Nathan called. "Give me the address. Where should I pick you up?" he said after greeting. Alice had agreed with herself yesterday that she wouldn't answer his call. However, upon receiving his call, she decided that if he didn't care about her, he wouldn't call her now and would take the opportunity to easily get rid of the annoying friend. So he loved her after all, and Alice gave her the address. Nathan arrived quickly, brought a bouquet of white lilies, and offered to go to the premiere of the comedy. He was the same as before, joking confidently and opening doors with a warming. Alice wondered, was he pretending, or did he really not see that she was frozen or petrified now? He was laughing at the movie, enjoying the evening, while Alice had little interest at all in what was happening on the screen and around her. "Well, what's home, honey?" Nathan suggested merrily. "After the movie, we'll order delivery for dinner and a bottle of wine." Alice was silent, remembering Stephanie at the front door and the unmade bed. "I can't go there yet. You realize it hurts me, right? And you're not even apologizing, even though it's so simple. Just because I love you doesn't mean you can do that to me." "Here we go again," Nathan said curtly, wrinkling his nose. "Everything was fine, and now you're back with your claims. Really, your element is kindergarten. You guessed your profession." He turned and strode leisurely to the car. Alice barely restrained herself from rushing after him. She was offended that she could not do anything about it, could not hold on to it, make him regret what he had done, and ask for forgiveness. She can't do anything. She's a hen. Stephanie is right. Unable to catch her tears, Alice jumped out of his car and went towards her hotel. The third day of the conference was over. Alice was going home. Nathan hadn't called. The woman had just settled down in the carriage when the phone rang. It was Nathan. "I thought it would be better to speak to you directly, so there wouldn't be any misunderstandings, so you won't make up any unnecessary things for yourself." Nathan's voice sounded soft and almost indifferent. "You and I shouldn't continue our relationship. I was wrong, I admit it. We're not right for each other. You take life too dramatically. We'll both get bored. If I'm feeling it now, you know there's no point. Be happy. Say hello to my family. I'll drop by sometime." After these words, he dropped the call. And at home, Alice was greeted by her mother. Alice knew her Karen's calm and sad expression well. "Mum, you knew this would happen and you didn't say anything to me, not even once." "Yes, I didn't like Nathan too much, but my opinion is just my opinion. Besides, I could have been wrong. And why would I ruin the best moments of your life? There were good things, weren't there?" "There were," Alex exhaled. "Well then, everything is great and there's nothing to regret. There will be happy moments to come, just not with him," said Karen and hugged her daughter. "Is that really how all men are? Why do I even need a relationship at all?" asked Alice through her tears. "Come on, don't generalize. They're as different as we are. Loyalty is far from everyone's reach. Different things happen in life. I haven't judged anyone for a long time, but a kind, decent, loving man always behaves differently if his fiancée catches him with someone else. Even if he's not in love anymore, he'll still act differently, and you know that. A guy can be an irredeemable womanizer, but he can still be a good man. In Nathan's case, cheating is not the worst part. The worst part is how he behaved afterward. You've rid yourself of such a piece of dung, my daughter. That is worth celebrating." "I lost a friend too, Mum. Stephanie and I have never even had a serious argument. We've trusted each other since childhood, and now, even if I really wanted to, I couldn't trust her in the smallest things. She went to him. That was deliberate. And Margot won't want to keep in touch with me after her brother and I broke up. Stephanie wasn't a friend, just a travelling companion. People like that are friends when it's profitable for them. When it's not favourable, they move on. So there's nothing to regret about this friendship. Margot's not a stupid girl. She'll figure out who she wants to be friends with. If she distances herself from you, it's because she's embarrassed about her brother. It happens to people with a conscience. By the way, when do you have to go to work?" Karen could quickly jump from one topic to another. Alice was used to it, but sometimes she couldn't keep up with Mum's racing thoughts. "Monday. Today is my arrival day, and tomorrow is my day off after the conference." "What about going out of town for a weekend of sadness? The friend I spent New Year's Eve with has a house in a magical place, almost in the middle of the forest. There are already snowdrops in sunny places." "Mum, you've never introduced me to any of your men. Is there something serious going on here? Just a man I'd love for you to meet. His name is Diego. He's both serious and non-serious. A little bit of everything. Anyway, he'll be happy to see me with you. Or with your grandmother and Mr. Capadona in addition. There's a dog and 2 ginger cats. Let's go." 6 years had passed, and Nathan was going on vacation. It was the first time he had been so lucky. He was going on vacation alone without his wife. Layla had received an invitation to a friend's wedding in Spain and had flown away, leaving Nathan behind. "Won't you even offer to have your husband accompany you for decency's sake?" the man asked her. "Nope," Layla said, shaking her head. "There will be our yoga team, which you're not interested in, and I deserve a vacation with total relaxation. I want to see a real Spanish wedding, a Spanish mother-in-law, and other highlights. You can compensate by going somewhere else too. Daddy already knows you need a vacation." And Layla flew away, satisfied and happy. Nathan was annoyed that she wasn't jealous of him and was letting him go on vacation alone. They hadn't been living together for very long. Nathan had married the daughter of the technical director of a large company where he worked as an engineer. They had met at a summer corporate retreat, where employees could bring one of their family members with them if they wished. There were many people, contests, fireworks, pop music, and all sorts of fun activities. A full-figured but bright, confident brunette had approached him as he was bored at the bar counter on the outdoor veranda. "What kind of cocktail are you drinking? Will I like it?" the stranger asked. She wasn't exactly Nathan's type, but if she was showing interest, it was indecent to neglect the chance. Nathan ordered another cocktail. They drank and danced. "I'm going out for a short minute," Layla announced after the dance. "Stay here, don't leave." While Layla was away, Nathan's colleague whispered mockingly over his shoulder, "I'll tell you something while your lady goes to powder her nose. It's Mr. Kreutz's only favourite and spoiled daughter who doesn't want to work. She studies here and there and sighs that it's not hers. Her father is retrograde. He wants to get her married. She's about to turn 30, which is the age when girls should be worried about not getting married. So take my advice. She's not the best butterfly for your herbarium." Nathan mentally thanked his colleague, and he had completely lost interest in Layla, especially learning about her parentage. It was better to play the proper, boring workaholic so that Layla would get bored and switch to a more interesting man. But this trick didn't work, and Nathan caught Layla's eye. She preferred to think of herself as romantic, but she was determined, strong-willed and tenacious. Nathan, who liked to set the tone in relationships and win over girls, felt driven for the first time. Layla had asked for his phone number herself after leaving with her father from the corporate party, and she called him herself, never doubting that he would welcome the call. She would call him in the middle of the workday and passionately share all sorts of nonsense that girls usually share with their girlfriends. When he was silent for a long time, patiently listening to this nonsense, she would interrupt herself and ask, "You're not interested, are you?" Nathan didn't want to find out what would have happened if he had answered, "Not really." All the more because there was another alarm bell. Mr. Kreutz began to favour Nathan. He treated him well before as a promising, responsible technician, but he looked at him like everyone else and didn't pay much attention to him. And after the summer corporate party, he began to touch on non-work topics, and soon Nathan was invited to a fishing trip in a small circle. There was something to think about for Nathan. It seemed that they saw him as a future son-in-law, but Nathan simply did not want to complicate his life, feeling unwanted consequences. In fact, he didn't plan to get married yet. He was quite satisfied with the advantages of a single life, but he understood there might not be a second chance for a guy from a small town and a very ordinary family. Without the right acquaintances and favourable kinship, only routine work and slow career growth awaited him. Of course, Layla was bright and had good-natured cheerfulness. However, Nathan was confused by her feminism, which he could not understand. He seriously believed that most women's troubles came from its influence. In his understanding, a man earns money and dictates the rules. He imagined his wife as a pretty, tender woman who owed him a lot and recognized his supremacy. He had once had such a bride, almost 3 years ago, in his hometown. Alice was gentle, cozy and naive. It was unlucky for him that she had seen him with another woman and walked around with reproachful eyes, waiting for his repentance. After that, Nathan changed his mind about getting married, and now he could find himself in a dependent position where he would have to live by his own rules. Nathan still hadn't decided what line of behaviour he should take at the informal fishing meeting. Mr. Kreutz and his friends met Nathan cordially and did not show their superiority. Late in the evening, when the men were drinking and dining in a cosy cottage, Mr. Kreutz called Nathan to the terrace and asked him bluntly, "Are you serious with Layla? Just explain honestly, like a man to a man. I'll understand." "I love your daughter, Mr. Kreutz," Nathan declared. "And why are you dragging it out then? She's waiting. It's just the fashion for girls to make themselves independent now, but in fact, they are waiting for a man's initiative. You know it without me. You're not a boy as far as I can see. To be honest, I realize that I am not yet able to provide her with the standard of living to which she is accustomed," Nathan said. "I don't want to look like a cunning, provincial Alfonso. That's not for me. I realise that Layla is worthy of someone more successful. Okay, I get your point. Now, I'll tell you. My daughter has my character, and we do not care that you do not have a status. It will all come if there is a desire. And you have it, and I can see that, and I'm going to help you. I care about my daughter's happiness. I don't care what anyone thinks. Layla never wanted to get married, but she wants to marry you. So don't hesitate and don't delay. Propose to her. We'll arrange a wedding for you as you want. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Kreutz. I just want my daughter to be happy. That's how Nathan got married. Layla didn't want a crowded wedding. She saw a modest wedding and a romantic, exotic cruise. Nathan was grateful to her. Firstly, he was bored by crowded gatherings, and secondly, he realized that his provincial mother and sister would not look good in comparison with Layla's relatives and friends. Nathan called home and told them that he was getting married and that they would go on a wedding trip right away, and then they would stop by sometime to visit with gifts. Since then, Nathan has never gotten around to stopping by, even alone. His mother came a couple of times to visit them at their new apartment. She liked her daughter-in-law, sociable, friendly and energetic. Margot never came once. With Layla, Nathan was easy, as long as he did not contradict her. She turned out to be clever and observant. Nathan's day was scheduled in such a way that it would have been extremely difficult for him to carve out time for anything but work. Layla and hobbies she approved of, like fishing with her father. By the way, Nathan had really gotten into fishing. Mr. Kreutz, a tough strategist and tactician at work, turned out to be an uncomplicated, honest man who did not go into the maze of human psychology and was sincerely attached to his son-in-law. Now he wanted grandchildren, and he told Nathan about it as honestly as he had offered his daughter to be his wife. Nathan, when are you planning on having kids? Layla is old enough and she wants to. I overheard her talking to her mother. You know, we'll help you with everything. Layla will be a great and caring mum. Nathan himself preferred Layla to take care of a child, ideally too. However, it hasn't worked out so far. So, while his wife flew to Spain for a wedding, Nathan went to Cyprus. During the day, he planned to go fishing in the Mediterranean from the yacht, and in the evenings, he planned to reminisce about his youth. Nobody saw Nathan off to the airport. Layla's mother had expressed a wish to do so, but she had almost overslept and decided not to go. Perhaps she wanted to see if the young, long-legged woman was flying with her son-in-law, but the desire to get a good sleep overcame her vigilance. At the airport, while looking for his flight on the electronic board, Nathan stumbled and almost twisted his leg when he stepped on something hard. He cursed quietly, looked down, and saw a child's cube with letters, almost the same one he had as a child. One cube had rolled further away, followed by a few more, and a red-haired woman was collecting them in a box. Nathan hadn't thought of Alice in years, but he recognized her at once. She hadn't changed at all and was still busy with children's toys. The woman straightened up and looked around, searching for someone. She didn't see Nathan. Nathan took advantage of the situation, jumped up behind her, quietly handed her the unfortunate cube from her shoulder, and suddenly asked in a stern inspector's voice, "Miss Walker, what are you doing at the airport on a weekday? Are you accompanying a kindergartner on a tour of pilots and stewardesses?" Alice flinched faintly and turned around. For a few seconds, there was a flicker of confusion in her eyes, but it was immediately replaced by a calm smile, the kind of smile one would use to greet a casual acquaintance. "Miss Walker sometimes takes a break," she replied with a soft, indifferent grin, ignoring the joke. Nathan wanted to continue the conversation, but Alice had already seen the people she was waiting for. A little girl with a mop of auburn curls and bright red sneakers was running toward her. Behind her hurried a panting, cheerful woman and a preschool boy. "Mum, it's okay, we're all washed up and everything's fine," the little girl reported to Alice. "Good for you, Foxy," laughed Alice. "Here are the cubes. Put them in Tommy's backpack, and don't look through other people's backpacks again." "But we played a custom with Tommy," answered the girl, who looked a lot like Alice. With the same hair and transparent skin, with slightly noticeable freckles. The only difference was her eyes, which were light brown or almond-shaped, but almost round, large and mischievous. "She will grow up to be gorgeous," Nathan suddenly thought. "Thank you for bringing order to this gang." Alice turned to her friend. "And I met an old acquaintance while I was waiting for you," she said, nodding politely to Nathan. "We should get going. All the best. Have a good vacation or business trip." "Have a pleasant flight." Nathan nodded. The women separated the children, taking each of them by the hands, and went to the check-in line. Nathan's carefree, fun-loving mood disappeared somewhere. He handed in his suitcase and sat down at the bar with cognac and coffee. It seemed that at the opposite end of the hall, the same 4 people flashed by again. Alice's daughter is about 5 years old, Nathan thought suddenly. We said goodbye just about 6 years ago. I could very well be her father. But if the baby was mine, I'd be sure to be informed by Sister or Alice herself. So most likely Alice found comfort after we broke up, and someone seriously comforted her. All right, I'd like to think so. Anyway, she's not poor now. She's going to the sea with the baby. When we met, she'd never been further than the capital. Nathan didn't want to think about Alice any further. He began to play a game to guess which of the attractive girls in his line of sight was flying to the same place as him. But the guessing game wasn't distracting. There were no fascinating girls in sight, and he kept looking for Alice. Yeah, she has changed, after all. No, she didn't look older. She was still like a freshman girl, light, graceful and calm. But there was a confidence and something less elusive that made her stand out. Okay, stop. I should be enjoying my vacation, not reminiscing about my ex. Layla called from Spain several times a day, even counting the time difference, if she suddenly felt sad at night or, on the contrary, wanted to share her impressions immediately. In Limassol, Nathan suddenly realized that he was exhausted. And if he wasn't hanging out in a bar or at the beach, he was fishing in the company of a calm man of his father-in-law's age. Nathan was even a little afraid that he would like such a vacation. Was he getting old? It seemed too early for that. He returned home with fishing stories for his father-in-law, and his usual life continued. The next year, Layla drove him crazy with her mood swings. She couldn't conceive a child. It got to the point where she decided to go to the doctor. She hated going to the doctor and only made an exception for the dentist, presenting it as a sacrifice for beauty. And then one day she came in, unlike herself, detached, collapsed into a chair and said with a tremor in her voice, "I haven't a chance. Here." Nathan rushed to comfort her. He did feel a little sorry for her, and it wasn't fair that she was so unlucky. He said that doctors were sometimes wrong and that they could still have hope and keep trying. He himself was not upset. He had no burning desire to have children. The only real disadvantage he saw was that without children, Layla would have to guard and control him all her life. Another year later, Layla, having consulted her mum and dad, voiced her decision. They would adopt a child. Nathan was unused to showing firmness, but out of fright he remembered the past and answered categorically and adamantly, "No, don't even try to approach me with this proposal again. You've grown up like a hothouse flower. You don't know life. You have no idea what genes these kids might have. I don't have much faith in parenting when there's been 7 generations of marginalized people. No matter what you do, the genes will still show up. No, that's it." He was sure Layla wouldn't leave him because of this. She loved him too much. And soon, another encounter from the past awaited him. Nathan was walking through the mall when he heard someone calling his name. He remembered, though not immediately, the woman who was standing before him. It was Stephanie. From the looks of it, it's not badly settled. "Hello, Stephanie, you look good." "Oh, come on. It's all the courtesy of duty. I'm waiting for a friend here. If you're not rushing, why don't we have coffee?" "Why not? Let's." They sat down in a cafe. He took only coffee. Stephanie took a martini. "I don't drive. My husband drives me. It has its advantages." "It's convenient, yes. Do you live here too?" inquired Nathan. "Yes, I moved 5 years ago. By the way, Alice lives here too. I learned it from my mum. I was wrong to fall for you then. I lost a good friend. Do you have a wife or kids? Or are you a real Casanova?" "I have a wife but no children. At least, not that I know of." "Oh, so you don't know much," Stephanie remarked without any gloating. "Come on. Do you really don't know? Or you just don't want to know?" Nathan had already guessed what she was going to tell him. "Our Alice has a daughter with you, Nikki. She's already started school. You'd have to be a principled weirdo like Alice not to demand child support from you." "I don't think she is my child. My mother or sister would inform me." "The mother probably would inform you if someone told her. Margot most likely knows, but Alice asked her to keep quiet. When you and Alice broke up, she moved here a couple of months later too, and got a job at a private daycare centre. Her mother's boyfriend helped her. She married him later. Just imagine. And my mum has a friend at the clinic. She told me that Alice was pregnant. It's definitely your baby. When it comes to Alice, you can be sure. So Alice and her mum didn't say anything to anyone, and when the opportunity arose, they left our town quickly." "Why are you telling me this now?" "I don't know. Someone should have told you. You decide whether you need this information or not." Stephanie laughed quietly. Another 6 months passed. Layla had lost weight from worry. She even forgot Nathan's categorical statement about adoption and kept asking, demanding and crying. But one day she met him soft, calm and thoughtful. "You already have a child, so you don't want another. You don't even ask where I went for 2 days. You're not interested. But I went to your sister. I've wanted to meet her for a long time, and I thought, why not now? They're both great, both your sister and niece. Margot let it slip that you have a kid. You know how hard it is to get rid of me. No, I'm not going to get hysterical. On the contrary, I want to offer you something good. Don't laugh. I've thought it over. It's a good thing. Why don't you meet your daughter? She'll come to visit us on weekends. We'll give her gifts, support her financially, and just be friends. We'll have a child in the house, and it won't be someone else's kid. I know it's not uncommon for a girl to be friends with her stepmother. Your daughter is so pretty. Margot showed me a picture of her. Her mum will be pleased when they suddenly have support. Layla, I found out accidentally 6 months ago that I had a daughter. You may not believe it, but it's true. If her mum had needed my support, she wouldn't have kept me in the dark for so many years. She's a very different sort of person. A bit odd. Margot told me how you two broke up. She tried to keep it emotionless, smoothing over the facts. Probably felt sorry for me. It's not for me to judge you. I had 2 pregnancies that I terminated. I was young, and now I can't have kids. So I'm not one to judge morality. If you're uncomfortable talking to your daughter's mum, I'll talk to her myself. Maybe it's better that way. I'll explain it to her honestly. Layla, I always thought that you were a practical, reasonable woman, at least adequate. Find yourself a hobby. If you worked like me, you wouldn't have time to think about nonsense like this. Have you ever thought how stupid I'd feel in this situation? Like you're thinking a lot about my feelings yourself. She was tempted to say something else, it was obvious. but she held back. It is great that she has learned to stop, at least for a while, Nathan thought. A week later, Alice and Nikki were returning from ballroom dancing class, walking slowly. Nikki was enthusiastically sharing her news, demonstrating the new moves she had learned that day. It was hard for her to stop immediately after the class. On the playground outside their house was an unfamiliar, well-groomed brunette with a beautiful but sad face. "Hello, are you Alice and Nikki?" she said affably, but somewhat tensely. "Yes, my name is Alice, this is my daughter." Alice replied in the same tone, but with a little wariness. "Alice, would you have a moment to talk privately? We can do it here." "Nikki, take a little walk in the playground, I won't be long." The brunette smiled as she gave the girl an attentive look and hastily introduced herself. "My name is Layla. I am Nathan's wife." There was a cautious silence between the women for a while. Alice gently broke it first. "Okay, let's get acquainted. I wouldn't even try to hide my bewilderment. Why do you need us? If we haven't threatened your family's budget so far, we won't continue to do so." "I realized that a long time ago. That's not why I came to you at all. I wanted to ask you to allow Nikki to meet her father." "Has Nathan become so shy over the years that he needs intermediaries?" Alice laughed softly. "If he suddenly wanted to communicate with his daughter after learning of her existence, he would have come himself. I can see he hasn't changed. He's as indifferent to the feelings of women as ever. I'm sorry, Layla. I mean no offence. Just the fact." Alice felt an incomprehensible sympathy for her new acquaintance. There was no hostility from Nathan's wife, no sense of superiority. She did not scrutinize Alice, evaluate her, or compare her with herself. She just looked expectantly, thoughtfully choosing her words. "Alice, this is going to sound strange, but I would be delighted to have my husband's daughter in our home. I have no children of my own, and he doesn't want to adopt." She fell silent, again giving herself pause to choose her words. "I think I understand. No need to explain further." Alice stopped her. "I'll tell you a platitude. Doctors sometimes make mistakes. I work in a kindergarten, and I know many stories like this. In every kindergarten, there is a child whose mother thought she was infertile. Hope for your chance. Attitude helps a lot. And as for Nikki, I'm getting married in a month, and my future husband will be Nikki's daddy. She doesn't even doubt it. Imagine if this were your child and your situation. What would you do?" "Yeah, I understand. I won't come again. Sorry for the stupid idea and the wasted time. I'd have a very different conversation with me if I were you." "And I'm sure you'd understand too," Alice replied. "Thank you." Layla nodded, turned and walked towards the parking lot, waving to Nikki as she went. I was never as lonely as she was, Alice thought, looking after her. In the evening she couldn't sleep. Of course she realized that there was nothing to be afraid of. Nathan wasn't going to show up with his parents' rights. He never liked to make things difficult for himself. When they broke up many years ago, Alice understood that she had fallen in love with a man she should have stayed away from in the first place. "How could I be such a blind fool?" she asked her mum rhetorically. "If women were smart in love, mankind would have died out long ago," Mum replied with conviction. "So that doesn't speak to your personal stupidity. It's just the way things work, and I've had that. See, I'm alive and enjoying life. I don't think I can ever really be happy about anything again." Alice grinned bitterly. "Dear, if you want to wear mourning for love, well, wear it. It will end on its own, you'll see. Maybe psychologists would burn me at the stake, but I am sure of that." Alice trusted her mother. Karen was not only a psychologist to herself, but also to others. Alice was sure that many of her clients had been coming to her not just for their clothing needs, but also to talk to her and share their problems, which didn't seem so terrible or unsolvable after such talking. After breaking up with Nathan, a series of happy coincidences followed. Karen introduced her daughter to her boyfriend Diego. His older sister, Irina, turned out to be the head of a prestigious private kindergarten in the capital and came to visit them. Even after learning about Alice's pregnancy, Irina convinced her to come live with her, saying, "Consider us already kin. Your mother and my brother are about to get married, and I live alone in a spacious apartment, and I can't stand being alone. I'd love it if you'd keep me company. If you don't like something or things don't work out, you can always go home." Alice hesitated for a moment, but her mother encouraged her, saying, "Don't think that I'm kicking you out, but I would go if I were you. It's not for nothing that fate throws us in such coincidences to make it easier for you to start over." That's how Alice found herself in the capital, living, working and raising Nicky. And then one day, in a supermarket, she met Sam. She accidentally placed a chicken in his cart instead of her own. That's how they met. Eventually, Sam proposed to Alice, and they have been married for 3 years. Well, Alice found out that she was expecting another child. She went to the clinic and ran into Layla at the entrance. Nathan's wife, who had noticeably gained weight, exclaimed, "Look, you turned out to be right. You must be a good witch." Now Layla had become an entirely different woman, glowing with contented calmness. "I'm so glad you and Nathan are doing well," Alice said sincerely. "I'm doing fine, but I have no idea about Nathan. We don't communicate. After my conversation with you, we lasted only 2 months. I tried to persuade him to adopt a girl from the orphanage, but he wouldn't listen again. It was hard on me, and I even felt like I was going insane. Then I found out that Nathan had a young mistress, and I didn't feel anything special. I just felt sorry for the girl. I met her and drew a verbal portrait of Nathan because of women's solidarity. By the way, she dumped Nathan later too. As for me, I filed for divorce and went to sea. And there I had a vacation romance. But surprisingly, my resort affair turned out to be a serious love affair. Who knew? And now I'm about to be a mum. I'm pretty sure I know the reason why Nathan and I didn't have kids. He didn't love me at all, and that worked as contraception for some reason." Alice smiled and said, "Bring your little one to our daycare later." Layla laughed and said, "I was just about to say that I'll bring my baby to your daycare centre, but I don't want to wait that long. Come visit us with your husband." They exchanged phone numbers and Alice went home happy. She sometimes remembered Layla, and it was a sad memory. But now it was nice to know that more than one person's life had changed for the better. It seems like they're definitely going to be friends. If Alice feels that way, then that's how it will be. Oliver Fowle was returning home from important negotiations, and his business-class car confidently drove along the road, while the businessman looked out the window and thought about the events of the past day. Unfortunately, the deal he had been counting on with foreign partners almost fell through. The companions abruptly changed the terms of the contract they were about to conclude. Oliver barely managed to resolve the issue, but he only bargained for himself a little more time before he had to give them a final answer. At the traffic light, Oliver involuntarily rubbed his face with his hands, as if trying to wash away all his worries and concerns for the future of the company. Oliver was only 28, and he had already the head of a media empire with several offices in the country. Naturally, foreign partners immediately became more active, wanting to get a bigger piece of the pie in such a profitable enterprise. So, Oliver almost had to sleep at work, trying to put things in order. The most frustrating thing for Oliver was that he didn't have a soulmate to help him switch from all the difficulties of the work process to love and the joy of relationships. It wasn't because someone betrayed Oliver or he went through some painful breakup. No, the young businessman just didn't want to engage in what he called empty relationships. The fact was that Oliver, by his nature, had always been a very deep and devoted person, and he expected the same from his future significant other. But it was not easy to meet such a girl, and it was boring to settle for less. And to tell the truth, Oliver was not in the mood for love and romance right now. The business recently handed over to him by his parents was a heavy burden on his shoulders. He had to orient himself literally on the go, although his father tried to convey to him the key parameters of running the family business. However, as soon as Oliver took up the job himself, he immediately realized that the company needed a global update. Much of what his father practiced in his business had become obsolete and required a complete revision of the main management concept and the conduct of all internal processes of the firm. Meanwhile, his parents constantly pressured Oliver, especially his mother. Mrs. Fowle definitely wanted to marry her son soon, and to a girl from a very famous and high-ranking family. "Oliver dear, are you sure you don't want to go with us to the golf club this weekend?" she asked meaningfully. "Sarah Clark and her parents will be there. She returned from London this year. Yes, just imagine, she graduated with a bachelor's degree there. Now the girl is a Master of Arts. In my opinion, she's a perfect match for you. You definitely need to take a look at her." "Mum, you're at it again." Oliver sighed heavily. "I made it crystal clear to you and Dad that I'm not ready for a relationship yet, and I certainly don't want to consider any options. You know that I'm going to get married like a normal person for love and to someone I choose myself." "Oliver, my son," exclaimed his mother, "by the time you choose a wife, your father and I will have aged. You're almost 30 now. It's time to think about starting a family and building your own nest. I understand you don't have much time, having devoted yourself entirely to the family business, but we want to make it easier for you to choose. Trust me, you can rely completely on your mother. I'll find you a girl from the best family." "Mum, I said no," exclaimed Oliver, feeling irritated. "Don't meddle in my life. I can handle it perfectly well on my own." "I understand," said Mrs. Fowle dryly. "You want to leave us without heirs and act like the biggest egoist, right? But what if something happens to you suddenly, like your reckless brother, and you leave us with your father? Do you think we can survive that? Do you think I can?" Mrs. Fowle began to cry loudly, and poor Oliver had to apologize for his outburst and comfort her. "Mum, please calm down. Don't worry about me like that. I was unforgivably rude to you. I'm sorry. But you know how hard it is for me to work in Dad's company. That's something Matt should have been doing." "But he's gone now," said the woman through tears. "Now you, Oliver, are our last hope. I won't survive the death of another son. And of course, I want you to have children, and for us and your father to have grandchildren, so that the sound of little children's feet can be heard in our house again." Oliver then hugged his mother tightly and managed to calm her down with difficulty. Matt was 2 years older than him and was preparing from childhood to lead his father's empire. Oliver always admired how much effort and perseverance his brother put into becoming a worthy leader. Matt studied a lot and constantly tried to take additional courses to master one skill or another that would be useful to him in business. But all of that changed when Matt started drinking about a year ago. The older brother suddenly lost interest in everything, burned out, and seemed not to know what to do with his life. When he was asked, Matt would answer evasively, saying that the vector of his interests in life had changed, but he didn't specify in which direction it had changed. Instead, his brother locked himself in their home library with a bottle of whiskey and consumed one glass of spirit after another for hours on end. Oliver still felt guilty about his brother's death. Perhaps if they had raised the alarm earlier and thought earlier about how to help him, Matt would still be alive. Instead, Oliver tried to stay away from his brother, thinking that he was going through some kind of personal crisis, and that Matt was a mature, self-sufficient person who could handle it on his own. The investigation determined at the time that it wasn't intentional. Matt simply fell asleep at the wheel because of the huge amount of alcohol he had drunk before the trip, but who knows how it really happened. However, Oliver perceived this tragedy as a sign from above. He sincerely believed that his deceased brother was trying to reach out for help from him and their parents in this way, but no one heard him. The loss was a great struggle for Oliver, his mother and his father. Oliver even underwent several courses of psychotherapy to cope with the pain inside him. He could not accept the senseless and terrible death of his brother. Therefore, he admitted to himself that he needed help and went to a specialist. Matt passed away 7 months ago, so the topic of his death was still very painful for Oliver. The young man often visited his brother's grave at the ceremony and talked to him for a long time, asking him forgiveness for his own frivolity and unwillingness to see problems at that time. So when his mother unintentionally began to manipulate and pressure him through the image of his deceased brother, it became challenging for Oliver to contain his resentment and anger. He already felt constant pressure from his father, who literally controlled every step he took, and now his mother was pressuring him to get married. Partly for this reason, he immersed himself so fervently in the business that fell entirely on his shoulders. When Matt was alive, Oliver did not even think about taking over his father's company. The guy dreamed of dedicating his life to art. He planned to open his art gallery in the city and exhibit young and promising artists whose talent could decorate the living room or hall of some famous person in the future. His parents often teased their younger son about this. "Oh, Oliver, you're not like us," his father would say. "You'd better take an example from your older brother. Look, Matt is already managing a branch, so to speak, and is seriously involved in our business. And you're just playing around with pictures." "So maybe it's for the best," the son would object with a smile. "We already have one brother who is a businessman in our family. Let there be another brother who is a well-known gallery owner throughout the city. I'm not drawn to all these media things, Dad." "Oh, and you're wrong, son," his mother replied instead of his father. "We live in a world where you can't live without your own solid business. What will you do with these paintings if no one buys them? But you could use your skills for your father's firm. Didn't we spend so much money on your education for nothing?" Oliver clenched his teeth at that conversation, but said nothing to his mother. He was unable to explain to them his attraction to painting rather than to documents about endless financial reports. But one way or another, he still had to head the company instead of Matt, and now he was learning the basics of management every day, applying his creative skills for the good of the family business. Matt cannot be brought back, no matter how painful and offensive it may be to Oliver and his parents. As for marriage, he made it clear to his father and mother that he would not hurry. "When the time comes, I will meet my true love, the girl with whom I want to spend my life," Oliver told his parents. "You will definitely be the first to know about it." He was still sitting behind the wheel of his car, looking at the summer sun setting over the horizon. A warm breeze blew through the open window into the car, which brought the young man out of his reverie. The businessman was just driving over a wide bridge, over a small river, when he saw something strange. Oliver thought someone was in the water, as the water surface was unnaturally rising and falling. Looking around, he noted that none of the drivers were stopping, so Oliver stopped by the roadside and walked to the bridge railing. Looking closely, the young man realized that he was not mistaken. In the water, a young woman was desperately fighting the current just a few meters below him. Damn it! Oliver cursed to himself and without hesitation took off his shoes and jacket, then dived into the river's depths after the unfortunate girl. The water was murky, but the man quickly found the stranger going down. Having picked her up with one hand under his armpits, Oliver began to paddle desperately in order to get to the surface with the woman. This proved to be no easy feat, as the current that the girl was trying to overcome was so strong that it almost carried the businessman to the opposite side of the riverbank. Oliver barely managed to keep his bearings. However, having practiced a lot at school with a team of swimmers, he still managed to cope with the water element. When they finally managed to struggle into the shore, the girl regained consciousness a little. She looked at her saviour with gratitude. She slowly stood up. Her clothes were soaked through, but she still managed to give Matt a weak smile. "Thank you," she stuttered. "If it weren't for you, we would have been lost forever with Alf." The businessman, trying to catch his breath, looked at her with amazement. "With Alf?" he asked, puzzled. "Who is Alf?" At first Oliver thought that the poor girl had lost her mind from the stress, but then he noticed her hands pressing against her chest, and suddenly in the middle of the deserted shore under the bridge, a quiet, plaintive whimpering was heard, and Oliver saw a tiny, barely a month-old puppy in the girl's hands. "So, you jumped into the water for that? Did I get it right?" Oliver exclaimed in anger. "You jumped in for a puppy, right?" "Well, yes," the girl, trembling with cold, nodded. "Some creep threw it right in front of me into the water, just like that. He pulled it out of his bag and—" Memories brought her to tears again. It was only then that Oliver noticed the girl's protruding belly under her wet clothes. She was pregnant, and it looked like she was already quite far gone. "Are you out of your mind?" the man yelled at her in shock. "Are you wanting to die? And what if all three of you had drowned? Okay, maybe you don't care about yourself, but what about your child?" The unfortunate woman modestly lowered her big, light blue eyes and continued to hold and stroke the whimpering puppy, who was scared and cold. She herself was as pale as the first snow. Seeing how her lips began to turn blue, Oliver realized that she was on the brink of collapse. It was impossible to get anything from her in this condition. Therefore, Oliver decided to take her to his summer house, first, so that she could warm up and fully recover. "What's your name?" he asked. The girl raised her big eyes at him again. Melinda Smith," she replied shortly. "Okay, well, Melinda Smith," Oliver sighed. "Get in my car. I'll take you to my place, give you some hot tea. You can rest there and figure out what to do next." She nodded briefly and got into the car. The puppy, of course, stayed with her, shaking his head. Oliver closed the door behind him and immediately turned on the heater in the car so that the girl could drive faster. Even though it was summer, after being in the water, especially while pregnant, some extra warmth wouldn't hurt. The summer house where Matt was going to take Melinda used to be their family's, but in the last couple of years only Matt had been going there. The young man explained to his younger brother that he went to the countryside to recharge his energy and take a break from civilization. Matt could live at the house for weeks and then come back full of energy and ready to dive into the family business. However, before his brother's death, he wasn't even interested in this. After Matt's death, the summer house passed to Oliver, and he sometimes went there in memory of his brother. His parents couldn't bring themselves to go there. Too many memories were associated with this place and Matt's childhood. In addition, Oliver understood perfectly well that he could not bring Melinda to his parents' house. They simply would not understand. A poorly dressed girl soaking wet, holding a street puppy, and the last months pregnant. It's easy to imagine what a terrible picture would have formed in their mind. During the entire time they were driving, Oliver and Melinda barely exchanged a few words. Melinda mostly remained silent and behaved modestly. Oliver, however, carefully watched the road as it was starting to get dark rapidly. He occasionally glanced at the girl out of the corner of his eye. She was beautiful and fragile, with thick, light chestnut hair. Melinda could have been a true lady if she weren't for her poor clothing, clearly purchased at a second-hand store. Her excessive paleness and thinness indicated that she was either a beggar or a poor girl. The man had learned from their short conversation that Melinda had been raised in an orphanage, had mostly been left to her own devices throughout her life. She had no relatives, and when asked if she had a husband or fiancé, she did not answer. "I'm sorry, that's a sensitive topic for me," she explained to Oliver. Oliver did not insist and left the girl alone. When they arrived at the summer house, something strange happened. Upon seeing the place, Melinda looked at Oliver in surprise, but did not say anything aloud. Oliver thought she had probably never seen such a large country house before and just nodded, trying to find the key to the front door in his pocket. "This is ridiculous," he muttered to himself, patting all his pockets. "Where could I have put it?" "Did you lose something?" the girl asked politely. "Yes, the key. I must have lost it while I drove into the river after you." Oliver remembered that the key had been in his breast pocket of his shirt, and now it wasn't there. In the end, he shook his head despondently. "There's nothing to be done. I guess I'll have to climb in through the window." Melinda watched her rescuer closely, but when he was about to break a small window on the first floor, leading to the pantry, the girl stopped him. "Oliver, don't bother. Let me open it with my key." Then Melinda shifted the puppy to her opposite shoulder. The puppy only let out a small whine in his sleep as she pulled out a thin cord from under her shirt. It was the same key as the one Oliver had. It was clearly not a duplicate or a hastily made fake. Oliver was ready to swear that this key was absolutely authentic. With a confident gesture, Melinda turned it in the lock 3 times, and then there was a characteristic soft click and the door opened. "What's going on here?" Oliver recoiled from her in shock. "How did you get this key?" Melinda looked at him calmly, then said, "Oliver, please don't worry. Let's have some tea together, and I'll tell you everything." "I would really like that," he replied seriously. Half an hour later, when the young couple had brewed hot, fragrant herbal tea in cups, Melinda confessed, "Oliver, the thing is, I was Matt's fiancé before he died." "What?" The man couldn't help but react emotionally. "How is that possible? Why didn't we hear anything about this?" The girl just smiled bitterly. "Matt was afraid of your family's reaction. He said you valued your reputation in society very highly. Who needs a daughter-in-law who practically lives in the property?" It took Oliver a few seconds to process what he had heard. Wait, how did you two meet?" he asked. "Matt accidentally ran into me and saved me," the girl explained, sighing. "I was standing near the supermarket and begging for alms because no one wanted to hire me for work. Some rich guys started harassing me. They wanted to take me somewhere in their car. Of course, when you have money, breaking the law isn't a problem." Melinda's hands trembled at the memory of that day. And then Matt appeared out of nowhere and drove off those scumbags. That's how we met. We used to meet at my apartment, and we loved each other very much. "And how long have you been together?" asked a stunned Oliver. "Almost a year," she replied, looking him straight in the eye. Oliver could tell from her gaze that Melinda was telling the truth. She really was his brother's fiancée. "Matt wanted to marry me, but he was afraid to tell his father. He thought that he would be disinherited out of anger," said Melinda nervously. At that moment, Oliver noticed how much she started to worry and twist her own fingers. "Calm down, please," Oliver asked her quietly and covered her hand with his. "Tell me, did you know that my brother had an alcohol addiction?" Melinda held a long, questioning gaze at the man, after which tears appeared in her eyes. "Yes, but I tried. I really tried to stop him," the girl spoke out. "He started drinking when I became pregnant. He couldn't figure out how to bring me home and introduce me to you. It was because of this, that is, because of me, he died." Melinda couldn't hold back and, crying, covered her face with her hands. "You cannot blame yourself for his death," Oliver tried to calm her. "Nobody is to blame for what happened to my brother. I just couldn't understand for a long time what happened to him. Why did he suddenly start drinking?" The young man looked carefully at the guest. "But now I understand. Matt was simply ashamed of us. He was ashamed of us in front of you. My parents and I are probably snobs to some extent, and my brother didn't want you to face it again. He didn't want to hurt you and your child." Oliver leaned back in his chair. Finally everything became clear to him. The situation became clear, but one thing the young man could never understand. "Why didn't you come to see us when Matt was gone? You surely needed help, and with money, as I understand it, it became very difficult after my brother's death." Sobbing, Melinda replied, "Well, what do you think? Look at me. I'm telling you, I'm poor and pregnant." "How do you imagine that? Could I come to your house and say that Matt was almost my husband, and we wanted to get married? Your parents should have thrown me out like a straying dog." Melinda slightly pointed to the key to the summer house. "Matt brought me here. He wanted to be with me in nature. That's when he gave me this key. He said that I could come here any time. But of course, I never appeared here in his absence, and for some reason I kept the key. Perhaps as a memory of Matt. I hung it on a cord and now wear it instead of an amulet." The girl carefully stroked the key and weakly smiled. Who would have thought that it would still be useful? Oliver was in complete confusion. Of course he couldn't leave this girl in trouble, especially since she was carrying his nephew in her heart. "Melinda, listen," the man began. "Stay here for now. I will bring you and the baby everything you need. Food and vitamins. Just don't leave, please." Melinda looked at him questioningly. "You won't bother anyone here," Oliver assured her. "I won't tell my parents anything for now. They don't come here themselves. You're right. I really need to think about how to tell them this news. But I want you and the puppy to stay here until I figure out how to introduce you to the family. I'm sure my parents will be happy to find out they will soon have a grandson, as they have been dreaming about it." Melinda looked at him, and from the expression in her eyes, the man understood that she didn't believe in the success of an idea. However, the woman agreed. What else could she do? She couldn't go back to the street and be homeless again. Once she finally said, "I'll try to behave quietly so that the neighbours don't suspect anything." After that, she prepared a simple dinner for them, and then Oliver drove back. From that moment on, Oliver began to take care of Melinda. He visited the summer house almost every day secretly. He brought food, vitamins and fruits. And, of course, food and treats for little Alf, whom Melinda practically never let out of her arms. The woman's poverty did not embarrass the young businessman at all. He felt that she emitted an inner energy and beauty in the literal sense. Oliver was amazed at her endurance and optimism. After all, Melinda waited until the last moment and endured the indecisiveness of his late brother, hoping that he would still dare to go against the will of the parents and make Melinda his lawful wife. In a wonderful way, Oliver felt comfortable with this brave woman. When he asked her age, he was greatly surprised to learn that she was only 23 years old. Matt was much older and therefore would have taken full responsibility, but for some reason he couldn't complete what he had planned. As it turned out, the businessman's older brother was only decisive and confident at work, but in his personal life, he fell victim to his own prejudices. Oliver couldn't help feeling sad about this. At the same time, Oliver's parents began to suspect that something was wrong with their son. They feared that Oliver would suffer the same fate as the older brother, so they decided to urgently find out what he was hiding at their old summer house. What if he's drinking there like Matt, or doing something worse? Mrs. Fowle sobbed. It doesn't seem likely. Mr. Fowle shook his head. Oliver wouldn't behave like that. He even consulted a psychologist about it. He hasn't been able to tolerate alcohol since his brother passed away. But who knows what could happen, his wife exclaimed. Today he's not drinking, but what about tomorrow? Matt went there just like that, and what? No, darling, let's go there. My heart tells me an unpleasant surprise is waiting for us there. A few days later, deep in the evening, they arrived at the summer house at the moment when Oliver had already left Melinda and the puppy. Upon arrival, the wealthy couple witnessed a very strange and incomprehensible scene. A pregnant young woman, very similar to a beggar, was sitting on the porch and chewing an apple. In addition, a flea-bitten mutt was spinning around her feet. "And what are you doing here in our house?" Mrs. Fowle asked, emerging from the shadows. The voice of Oliver's mother was quiet, but it was the calm before the storm. With each subsequent word, the thunder in her intonations grew, risking turning into a real scream. "Why is some stranger staying at my house overnight? Who gave you the keys? Oliver, confess immediately, you cunning creature." Mrs. Fowle's eyes burned with righteous anger, and even her husband couldn't stop her. "You all misunderstood." Melinda tried to explain the situation to them. "Oliver allowed me to stay here and have my baby. I'm pregnant with your oldest son, Matt's child." Melinda's voice trembled, but she had found the strength to tell the truth as it was. However, Mrs. Fowle's face was distorted with a grimace of terrible anger. "What? How dare you involve my boy in your debauchery? Matt would never have done anything to do with such a raggedy woman like you. Don't you have any conscience?" Maggie, why did you get so angry?" Mr. Fowle tried to calm his wife down. "Girl, you must really better leave this house," said the man to Melinda, and looked expressively at her. "Get out of here, shameless woman," Mrs. Fowle screamed as if exploding. The neighbours in the neighbouring houses involuntarily woke up and turned on their lights. Scandals in the sleepy village were quite rare. Crying from humiliation and offence, Melinda quickly gathered her humble belongings, took Alf with her, and disappeared into the darkness of the summer night. No, she didn't expect any sympathy from them. This meant that her dear Matt was right. Her parents were indeed incredibly biased. "Perhaps we were too cruel to the girl." Mr. Fowler tried to defend Melinda. "Are you going to say something else in her defence?" The wife looked at him menacingly. The elderly man was embarrassed and silently drove his wife back home. There they were met by a worried Oliver, who had been holding onto his phone for 3 hours, trying to reach his parents. "Mum, Dad, where have you been? I was anxious about you," the son said, looking at them in bewilderment as they entered the hall. "Well, son, I must admit you've disappointed me," his mother began slowly. "We were at our summer house." Oliver turned pale. He immediately understood what his mother had found out about everything. "Ah, as I see you know that there's some stranger with her dog living there," Mrs. Fowle exclaimed, and began to berate her son slowly. "What did you do with Melinda, Mum?" Oliver asked coldly. "I did what was necessary. I kicked her out onto the street," his mother replied proudly, raising her chin. "You've lost your mind." Oliver couldn't hold back. "She's in her last months of pregnancy. She could give birth at any moment." The young man argued with his mother, explaining that this woman had a direct connection to their family. However, Mrs. Fowle just laughed in response. "Who are you listening to, son? Wake up. People like her are willing to deceive anyone for housing and a piece of bread in the city. Do you really think she could have been your brother's fiancée?" "She had a key to the house, Mum," Oliver explained, barely containing his anger. "And yes, I believe her. We talked a lot about my brother." Mrs. Fowle narrowed her eyes like a cobra about to strike. "You just don't understand," she hissed. "How do we know now that she's carrying Matt's child? The beggar could have been impregnated by anyone, and now I'm supposed to feed her and take care of her until she gives birth. Oh, of course, when the baby is born, we can do a DNA test, but we still have to live until then somehow. In any case, I'm not going to be at the mercy of this charlatan." With these words, Mrs. Fowle walked to her room, and Oliver's father followed her, worrying that his beloved wife's blood pressure might rise. Oliver remained standing in the living room, tormented by the sense of awkwardness and guilt. He felt in his heart that Melinda was telling the truth, and his parents had kicked an innocent woman out onto the street just before she was due to give birth. He tried to find his late brother's fiancée, but it was all in vain. Melinda had vanished and didn't answer any of Oliver's phone calls. In his attempt to reach her, he bought her the simplest phone so that he could always be in touch if something was needed. But it had been more than 2 weeks already, and Melinda hadn't answered a single phone call. Oliver began to worry when he remembered that she was due to give birth soon. After calling several maternity hospitals, the young man finally found the one where Melinda was and hurried there. In the reception room, Oliver introduced himself to the doctors as her fiancé to get to her room. "I warn you, she's fragile now," the doctor told him. "Your fiancé had a large baby, but she herself is quite petite. Her pelvis is very narrow, so we had to do a caesarean section. She lost a lot of blood, but fortunately she and the baby are now out of danger." At these words, Oliver felt a weight lift off his chest. Thanking the doctor, he went to Melinda. At these words, Oliver felt a weight lift off his chest. Thanking the doctor, he went to Melinda. She lay on the bed very pale, paler than when they first met with Oliver. However, when she saw her visitor, she smiled. "I didn't think we'd see each other again, Oliver." Her voice was quiet and weak, but the young man could still hear everything clearly. He rushed to her. "Melinda, forgive my mum and dad. I'm so sorry that they were rude to you." Melinda slowly shook her head. "It's not worth it. I understand everything. In their eyes, I'm a predatory con artist, dreaming of getting rich groom by any means. It's hard for them to believe in our feelings for Matt." "They shouldn't have kicked you out," Oliver said, gently taking her hand. "I still can't understand how they could do that to you." Then he felt the woman's hand squeeze his palm weakly in response. "Thank you, Oliver, for your support and everything else." She rewarded the man with a long glance, and at that moment he realized that he was ready to drown in those heavenly blue eyes. Realizing that there was almost no one to take care of the baby until his mother recovered after the difficult operation, Oliver tried to visit Melinda as often as possible. He hoped that she would recover faster if she felt cared for and loved. He brought everything necessary for the young mother and her baby to the maternity hospital: food, diapers and medicine. Oliver didn't care about the money. He just wanted Tommy, that's what they named the baby, and his mother to be discharged as soon as possible. One day, Oliver was summoned by the doctor. From his concentrated expression, the man realized that something unpleasant had happened. Tommy had a heart defect. "The situation is difficult," the surgeon said. Oliver was in shock. "Is there really nothing that can be done? And when do we need to do this operation?" he asked, gathering all his strength. "No later than 6 months from now. We can't delay it at all," the doctor replied. "However, the queue for an operation may stretch for several months. We'll do the surgery as soon as it's his turn. But don't worry, it's all treatable." "But aren't newborns entitled to a quota? Are they not out of turn?" Oliver asked with doubt. "They are," the serious surgeon nodded. "But do you even realize how many children like this we have throughout the country?" "I see. Well, if you need any help from me, please let me know," said the man, trying not to think the worst. When Oliver's mother heard that Melinda's son had a serious heart defect, she unexpectedly softened. She looked questioningly at her husband, who nodded in agreement. "You see, son, it's like this," Mrs. Fowle began with a trembling voice. "We probably should have told you everything a long time ago, but we didn't have the courage." "What is it?" Oliver looked at her and then at his father with concern. "The thing is," his mother said slowly, "you don't know everything about your brother." Oliver felt his heart beat twice as fast. Here Mrs. Fowle intervened, feeling sorry for his wife. "Mum wants to tell Oliver that Matt, although he was our son, was not related to us by blood." "We couldn't conceive a child for a long time," Mrs. Fowle explained, wiping her eyes with a handkerchief. "So we decided to adopt a child from an orphanage. We chose the one who looked the most like us and raised him. We loved Matt as our own, I swear." She pressed her hands to her chest. "And then 2 years later, you were born." "But we never felt any difference between you," his father hastened to add. "Both of you were loved equally by me and your mother. Now you know the whole truth." Oliver felt like the air in the room had suddenly run out. He had nothing to say about it except to be surprised by how they could hide from him for so many years the fact that Matt was their adopted son. "Matt himself asked us about it," Mr. Fowle explained it to Oliver. "He didn't want you to perceive him as some kind of spare person in the family. You were teenagers when he found out the truth, and he was very upset about it." "Spare person?" Oliver couldn't believe his ears. "But I adored him. I always admired him, and I wouldn't care if he was related to me or not." Oliver felt his heart pound with anger. "Mum, Dad, I understand everything, but I always loved my brother, and that will never change," he finally said. "You should have told me everything at once. All these prejudices of yours, look where they have led us all." Oliver did not hold a grudge against his parents, realizing that they did not worry about Melinda's son precisely because they knew that this grandson was not their own. However, everything changed the moment Mrs. Fowle found out that the baby was sick. When the young mother was discharged from the hospital, Oliver immediately took her to the parents' mansion. There Melinda could calmly take care of the child, and Oliver and Mrs. Fowle, thawed towards her little grandson, began to actively help her. The funniest thing was that Alf also moved into the mansion. Melinda, as it turned out, had left with one of her good acquaintances, living in a small house on the outskirts of the city, just before giving birth. Now, Alf had his own beautiful house, where he loved to hide and sleep after his wild games with Melinda and Oliver. Tommy underwent surgery only a couple of months later, when the boy was strong enough for such manipulations of his heart. Melinda was distressed about her son, but thankfully the operation was successful, and now Tommy was a healthy baby, like all the other children. All this time, the first fragile feelings were slowly tying together between Melinda and Oliver. Melinda herself did not understand why this tall, fair-haired man caused such excitement in her. Oliver was not at all like Matt, and yet, since he saved Melinda's life, the young mother felt that she was gradually falling in love with him. Oliver simply enjoyed Melinda's company, not hoping for anything more, although within him in his heart a great passion was raging. For the first time he understood that Melinda was the one he would like to spend his life with. Several more months passed before Oliver finally dared to invite Melinda on their first real date. The man was very nervous and behaved like a love-struck boy, not knowing where to invite her. Oliver suggested going to the movies. "Oh my God. I probably haven't been there for 100 years, Melinda happily replied, accepting the bouquet of beautiful white roses that Oliver had bought for her. "If you like it, I swear we'll go there every week," he warmly assured her. The date went wonderfully, and at the end of the evening the young couple could not contain their feelings and finally united in a gentle and passionate kiss. Both of them had been waiting for this for too long, so they decided that they would no longer put their lives off for later and would start loving and feeling again, here and now. Half a year later, they had a beautiful, lush wedding. Little Tommy, sitting on his grandmother's lap, admired his beautiful mother, who seemed to be the happiest woman in the world that day. Oliver had never seen Melinda so radiant and healthy. Needless to say, her painful paleness and thinness had almost disappeared by that time, and she had turned from an unhappy, downtrodden girl into a charming, slender lady. Melinda easily coped with the role of the hostess, and at social events, where she sometimes had to go out with her husband, she looked and behaved so dignified that she involuntarily made Oliver's parents proud of her. And then a year later, a strange event occurred on the eve of Christmas. Melinda received a very unusual letter in which a strange couple asked her for a personal meeting. She knew that her husband had plenty of competitors in business, and going alone to unknown people could be very reckless and dangerous. After telling her husband everything, she asked him to go with her. "Of course, we'll go visit them this weekend," the husband agreed. When they arrived at the most fashionable hotel in the city, they were greeted in the hall and escorted to a luxury suite. There, a beautiful elderly couple was already waiting for Melinda and her husband. They greeted her with hugs and tears and immediately told her who she really was. "How can it be that you are my parents?" the woman asked, confused as she looked at them. "I grew up in an orphanage and don't remember anything." Mrs. Boyd, the elderly lady, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. "That's the thing, dear. You lived with us until you were 3, she said, shaking her head. "We were the happiest family. We had such a wonderful business. And then bad people came," added the father. "We owned a large jewellery factory that also made amber jewellery. You understand, amber was truly a deadly stone at that time. Any business that dealt with it became automatically bloody. Unfortunately, we were so naive. We thought that it wouldn't affect us. We thought that the law would be on our side, but that we would be protected. But eventually we had to run away. But it was very dangerous. If we had taken Melinda with us, it would have been even more so. So we decided to leave her here, trusting her to a nanny. We didn't think we would have to hide for so long. We gave her a large sum so that you would not need anything. The nanny also had to hide for a long time. The criminals tried every way to find her and take you, and then she died suddenly and your tracks were lost. And not only the bandits couldn't find you, but we couldn't either," Mrs. Boyd said, touching her daughter's face with tenderness. "But now, if you allow us, we will at least watch your life from a distance." "We only found out that you were alive thanks to your wedding," added Melinda's father. "When we saw your photos, we knew right away that happy girl in the photo is our daughter. You're a copy of your mother when she was young." Melinda looked at her parents with love and understanding. "You don't need to watch me from a distance. I want us to always be together now," Melinda said. "I missed so many happy years without you, and now I want to make up for everything." They hugged each other, and all 4 of them, including Oliver, shed many tears of happiness. As it turned out later, Melinda was the only heir to a jewellery house. The Boyds managed to keep part of their estate and business, and now they wanted to involve their only daughter and heiress in it. Of course, Melinda agreed to be part of this endeavour, but first she needed to get the necessary education. Mrs. Fowle, upon learning who her daughter-in-law really was ecstatic and promised to help her with the child while Melinda was studying. As it turned out, they and Oliver were of the same status, which meant that their family not only lost nothing, but also gained a very valuable asset in the form of Melinda and her empire. Lord, if I only knew that Melinda had such parents, I would never have said a word against her, scolded Oliver's mother, reproaching herself. Oh, Mum, you still have that drop of snobbery I told you about before, Oliver said with a slight smile, leafing through the newspaper next to her. Well, only a drop, his mother joked, but really, I'm overjoyed that Melinda will receive an education in the field of jewellery. Just imagine What kind of future awaits your children?" she said dreamily, kissing Tommy's silky hair. "Oh, Mum, the most important thing is that Melinda has a diamond heart," Oliver replied and smiled happily. Harry Cohen's life could be called happy, undoubtedly. Moreover, the man knew that his acquaintances envied him. Some envied him with a smile, while others smiled only at his face, and behind his back they sucked in the details of his personal life, turning everything inside out. Harry bought a new car again. Decent people don't change even their gloves as often as he does his cars. He'd better give the money to orphans, people complained. "Have you seen it? Harry gave his wife a trip to Italy for her birthday. Of course they don't need to work so hard," other acquaintance discussed with discontent. "Sarah, Harry's wife, had an operation. Did you see how full her lips are? And she has a new nose now." The girls often discussed his beautiful wife. Harry knew about these conversations but treated them with philosophical indifference. Of course, it wasn't always like that. Harry was not born with a golden spoon in his mouth. His mother was an elementary school teacher and his father was a mechanic. They were practical people and they couldn't dream. That's why his parents were shocked when their son, a high school student, said, "I want to be a journalist." "Sonny, are you kidding?" Mum shook her head, kneading the dough for the pies. "You're a man. You have to learn real professions, the ones that pay money. To be a construction worker, a doctor or a lawyer." Harry only laughed, helping his mother to chop cabbage. He didn't take her grumbling seriously. Even if she did not support him, it was only because she was worried that if Harry became a journalist, he would be doomed to poverty. The same fate which she experienced in her youth, she did not want her child to experience. "I'll make a great journalist, Mum. You'll see. Everyone will love me. You'll be proud of your son." The boy, following his dream, passed the necessary exams and got a budget place at the university, majoring in international journalism. Harry studied a lot in order to not only create excellent articles in journalistic style, but also to master foreign languages, to understand the history, culture, politics, and peculiarities of people in other countries. Contrary to the stereotypes his family believed in, Harry was able to become a successful journalist. On the recommendation of his professor, he got a job in a fairly popular monthly magazine. The young journalist's publications became a success and resonated with readers. Many prophesied him the place of editor-in-chief, but Harry did not stop there and once took a risk. During a journalistic event, Harry met Mr. Lewis. The acquaintance was casual. The men got to talking because of an unsuccessful appetizer that was offered to the guests. "Don't take it," Harry heard someone else's voice behind his back. The young man just reached for an appetizing-looking canapé with fish but froze. Turning around, he saw an unfamiliar mature man in a tuxedo with a neat, fashionable beard, which must have been created by a handy barber. "Why?" Harry asked. "The taste is terrible," the bearded stranger complained. "I think the fish was caught many years ago, before it was pinned to the bread with a toothpick." "Well, taste is subjective. What is not to your taste may be good for others," cautiously noted Harry. The man, snorting cheerfully, sipped his drink. "My business is to warn you," he shrugged his shoulders. It would be sad to see a man trying to poison himself and not trying to prevent it. Well, my mission is complete, and now it's up to you whether you want to try it or not. The stranger was peculiar. He remained in place and stared at Harry expectantly. Harry, taking a risk, put the canapé in his mouth. As soon as his taste buds were hit with the flavour, his expression transformed into one of agony. "Oh, you were right," the young man said in a strained voice. "Is it always like this, at these kind of events?" He was really disappointed. Harry was so eager to enter the elite crowd of journalists that now his expectations were shattered. The people around him, for the most part, were snobs. The event was dull, and the food was disgusting. "Absolutely every year. I've been coming for 10 years, and they haven't learned how to cook. complained the bearded man. "In my youth, when I was still a correspondent, I travelled to islands and lived with tribes. Believe me, they cooked worms better." Harry was intrigued by the story and the identity of the speaker. The man turned out to be the editor-in-chief and founder of a well-known science and travelling magazine. He began his career as an ordinary journalist, but later became a director. The man was very open and talkative. "By the way, we have vacancies for young and ambitious people," Mr. Lewis said enigmatically, seeing the fire in his interlocutor's eyes. When Harry returned to his magazine, he immediately talked to his superiors and colleagues. Although they did not want to lose one of their best workers, they wished him success. As a result, Harry became part of a new team of journalists. From the first day in the editorial office, he knew this was where he belonged. He worked at his computer in the office initially, but one day he went on his first business trip. After that trip, Harry's new life began. As part of his work, Harry began to visit remote corners of the planet, try unusual foods, learn about customs, participate in rituals, and more. He conquered mountain heights and rode big waves, climbed into gorges, and observed volcanoes. The journalist did not try to show people what any tourist could see. Instead, he dug much deeper and went further in his expeditions, showing the world from the inside out. Some criticized him for his extreme approach to gathering materials and lack of self-preservation instinct. Many grimly joked that Harry would never die, but he waved them off, living life to the fullest. The works that came out from under the pen of this travel journalist impressed both readers and colleagues. He even became a nominee and winner of international contests, where his selfless labour was recognised. Harry made and sold photos, wrote unique articles, appeared in radio and TV programmes, and eventually began to earn excellent money. It seemed that nothing would be able to temper his ardour, but then he fell in love. Fortunately, his feelings were reciprocated. Sarah was a young designer. For her creative approach to tasks and responsibility, she was taken on staff at the magazine where Harry worked. When Sarah completed her internship and started her career, Harry was on another trip. Upon his return, tanned, with his hair grown out, and with gifts for his colleagues, he saw a new face. The woman had olive skin, hazel eyes, and full lips curved into a smile, which won him over at first sight. The cute brunette laughed at someone's joke, not noticing the attention of the journalist who had just entered. Harry felt his heart squeeze in his chest with anxious anticipation. The man also gave a new co-worker a gift that day. "It's an Indian piece of jewellery called hishai, which means shell necklace." Feeling suddenly embarrassed, the man explained. He felt awkward and even angry with himself. He had spent nights with Indian tribes and swam with sharks, but he couldn't even give her a simple set of beads without blushing like a schoolboy. "Wow!" exclaimed Sarah, admiring the necklace. "So beautiful work. Thank you very much." The necklace was strange, more like a souvenir. However, the next day, Sarah wore it to work. It was no wonder that a month later, Harry and Sarah announced their relationship. They were a beautiful couple who understood each other with half a word and supported each other in everything. Harry valued his chosen one and looked after her with all possible care and tenderness. Sarah accepted her fiancé's thirst for adventure, and although she worried about his absence, she never once spoke against him. However, her friends constantly hinted to Sarah that her boyfriend could cheat on her at any time and that separation could kill any relationship. Sarah simply smiled and shook her head, replying calmly to such attacks. Separation does not kill feelings, but tests them. If the feelings are weak, fake, then of course separation can bring them to nothing. But if they are sincere and strong, it only strengthens and intensifies them. Separation for love is like wind for fire. A small fire is extinguished, but a big one is only blown up. Sarah's girlfriends only rolled their eyes, not believing that her relationship would last long. But to everyone's surprise, 2 years later, Sarah and Harry got married. After 2 more years, they had a daughter, whom they named Amy. The lovely girl looked very similar to her mother, inheriting only her father's piercing blue eyes. The happiness of the spouses knew no bounds. Envious people liked to discuss the family of the successful, famous journalist and his beautiful wife, but Harry and Sarah paid no attention to gossip, enjoying every new day together. In sincere love, they lived another 4 years. But then it turned out that happiness had a price. Fate had decided that Harry had walked along the bright stripes of life for too long. The first blow for him was the death of his parents. Only the support of his wife and the smile of his 4-year-old daughter helped Harry to pull himself together and cope with grief. Later on, Sarah's mother also passed away, and it seemed that nothing could comfort her. But then one day, Sarah threw herself into her husband's arm, hanging on his neck. "We're going to have a baby," she exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. Sarah had initially planned to share this important news in a more touching way, in a suitable setting. But upon seeing her beloved, she couldn't wait any longer. The man wrapped his pregnant wife in his arms. Their lives were filled with anticipation for the arrival of a new member of their family. Little Amy often followed her mother, asking her questions like, "Will there be a brother or sister?" She pointed to her mother's barely rounded belly. "I don't know yet," the mother said. "It will be a surprise." "Who would you like more?" "A baby brother," the girl said confidently. "I'll play with him." "How will he get out of there? Out of your tummy?" "The doctors will help," evasively answered the mother, under the quiet laughter of her husband. "Will he be petite? Can I put him in a stroller for dolls?" Amy continued to inquire. Meanwhile, Harry carried his wife in his arms, anticipating her wishes. But sometimes his care made Sarah grumble. For example, when he took away her sandwich with sausage or something from fast food. "You're a tyrant," the woman would protest with a smile. "I'll complain about you, anywhere. The doctor said you shouldn't eat that stuff." "A little bit you can, but not all the time, Sarah," Harry threatened with his finger. "Let's cook something tasty and healthy instead." The woman defiantly wrinkled her nose and then hid a smile. She melted from her husband's care. At the same time, they realized their dream. They sold a small 2-room apartment and moved into their house. 2 floors, 4 bedrooms, a spacious kitchen and living room with a fireplace. Sarah was delighted. The pregnant woman already imagined how she would put a Christmas tree in the living room, light the fireplace, and take memorable photos of her family. It seemed like nothing bad could happen. The pregnancy was going well and Sarah felt good. However, in the 7th month, she began to experience severe pains and then started bleeding. The frightened pregnant woman was urgently hospitalized in the operating room for surgical delivery. During the surgery, a baby boy was born, but the surgeons were unable to save the mother. Immediately after the birth of the child, the woman was diagnosed with blood poisoning. Amniotic waters had entered her bloodstream. She fell into a coma and died without regaining consciousness. It was then that Harry first felt the overwhelming sense of helplessness. He realized that no amount of money, wishes, or even prayers could bring back his love, his wife, the mother of his children. And he would have given his life to change places with her, but no one would take him. So Harry Cohen became a widower with 2 children, 6-year-old Amy and a newborn son who didn't even have a name. "You gave a name to my daughter, so I will choose a name for the second child," Sarah had said in the first months of pregnancy. "And when I see his face, then I'll tell you." Now Harry remembered her words with unbearable heart-wrenching pain. She would never see their son or give him a name. No matter how great Harry's grief was, he had no time to suffer. He had to ensure that his children experienced as little pain as possible. Amy was so close to her mother that she could not come to terms with the loss. She cried often, and her father rocked her on his lap, hugging her tightly and letting her tears soak his shirts. He kept telling her that he would be there for her, that he loved her dearly, and that the pain would subside, though he didn't believe it himself. Harry also made changes in his life. He stopped going on business trips because he had many things to take care of, such as his kids' kindergarten, doctor's appointments, and household chores like cooking, cleaning, or braiding Amy's pigtails. And of course, he should care about his newborn baby too. The baby's name was given by Amy. The boy stayed in the hospital for a long time, but when he came home, Amy smiled sincerely for the first time in a while. For Harry, her smile was like a miracle. The girl asked her father if they could call him Kyle, and he agreed. Kyle often cried, did not smile, and it seemed like Kyle did not need anyone. Harry saw his first smile when he was 3 months old and liked a toy. Since then, the child continued to please his relatives with a happy expression on his face, only when he saw something beautiful and bright. Sometimes Harry thought that the child did not love him, so aloof he was. It was difficult for the family to have their first New Year's Eve without Sarah. The holiday seemed like the saddest in the world to Harry. He tried his best, decorated the apartment, and bought many gifts for the children. Unfortunately, the aroma of tangerines and a smart Christmas tree could not dull the pain of their loss. Time passed. The situation became a little stable, but Harry received another piece of bad news. At the age of 2, Kyle was diagnosed with autism. Harry asked the doctor if it was treatable or if there was anything he could do, not understanding the seriousness of the diagnosis. Unfortunately, autism is incurable, the doctor replied. However, you can help your son adapt to society and facilitate communication with other people. If you work with a psychologist, speech therapist, and other specialists, you can correct the disease. Autism is not a sentence, and many outstanding personalities, including actors, doctors, architects, and restaurateurs have it. Even geniuses like Albert Einstein and Mozart are believed to be related to autistic disorders. Your child is special, and it's in your power to support them. Despite the doctor's comforting words, Harry felt fear and pity for his child. The man was confused because he could barely cope with his healthy daughter, let alone his son with autism. However, he hugged Kyle tightly, and in the following years devoted all his spare time to his children. He followed the recommendations of specialists and took special courses, while also not neglecting his daughter. He tried to give his children as much attention as possible. Kyle grew up as an ordinary child, but there were exceptions to the norms accepted in society. For example, the boy did not speak until he was 5 years old, and then quite suddenly began to talk. Sometimes he put words into complicated sentences, which can rarely be heard from the mouth of a kindergartner. Also, Kyle did not like company or playing with other children. He preferred solitude and did not want to socialize with others. Later this became less pronounced, but sometimes excessive socializing or emotions would spill out of the boy. As if his fuses were blown, the child would cry, scream, and beat in hysterics. His older sister gave him all her love, always treated him with understanding and endless patience, and could always find the right words to calm him down. Harry often marvelled at how his daughter managed to do this. Of course, Harry had to put aside his dreams of being a travelling journalist. He began to work from home, and later from the office, where he hired a nanny for the children. During this period, Mr. Lewis, the owner of the magazine, approached him with another interesting proposal. "You, Harry, have completely lost yourself in taking care of the family," the man began abruptly. "I understand the children are small and the boy needs care, but you have become less like yourself. It's time to change that and get a grip." What are you getting at? Harry frowned. I've decided to live for myself, to finally become a pensioner. He grinned into his thick beard, and I think on whom to leave my business to. He looked meaningfully at Harry, with whom he had become firm friends. No, I cannot cope, Harry said, shaking his head. Now is not the time to take a high position. I have responsibility for the children, but in my opinion, now is the time, Mr. Lewis said categorically. Make up your mind, Harry. I think you need a shake-up to come to your senses. Consider this your chance. After this conversation, Harry could not sleep a wink. Night after night he looked at the ceiling, weighing the pros and cons. Will he be able to handle it? It seemed to him that if he refused, he would put an end to his career. And then he made up his mind, and he never regretted it. Harry confidently took the reins of the magazine, and later was able to expand its activities. And, to his surprise, he still had enough time for his children. So, Harry and his kids had been living in their close little world for 8 long years. And then Bridget appeared in their lives, and the world was again divided into before and after. Please, Amy, come to the party tonight, prayed Holly on the other end of the phone line. Nick's parents are going away for a whole week. Everyone will be there, even Ray. And I'm embarrassed to go alone. Holly had been Amy's best friend since the 4th grade. It was difficult for Amy to refuse her best friend, and she herself really wanted to go and have fun. I'll try, but I can't promise, said the girl, looking sadly at the desk piled high with books, workbooks and study guides. You know that I'm prioritizing my studies right now, and I have to pick up my brother from school, and I promised to spend time with him. You're always with Kyle, noted a classmate. Take him to the movies, take him home, and then come to me. I'll do your makeup and give you one of my dresses, and then you'll stay at my place tonight. I'll think about it, Amy answered evasively. Holly was still trying to persuade her friend, but Amy ended the call when she heard the front door slam. The evil mother has come, whispered the girl into the phone receiver. I need to go. Oh, Holly said understandingly. Good luck. With a doomed sigh, Amy hung up the phone. At that same moment, without knocking, Bridget entered the room. She immediately noticed the smartphone in Amy's hand and the fact that she was lying on her bed. Why are you hanging on the phone instead of doing work? The stepmother accused from the doorway. Your father has spoiled you. Bridget was the same evil stepmother from the well-known fairy tale about Cinderella, except she didn't have 2 mean daughters. Bridget managed to delegate all the housework to Amy, probably afraid of ruining her wildly expensive manicure if she washed the pots. In the end, Amy started washing, ironing, and cooking for herself and Kyle, except for picking up the ash from the electric fireplace. I've already done everything, replied Amy. Where's your brother? He is on his training course. I'll pick him up now and we'll go to the mall. I want to play arcade games and go to the movies. Good, said Bridget. Then I'll pick you up tonight. I'll be around anyway. Amy was surprised, but realised that the stepmother only wanted to create the appearance of spending time with them, maybe even taking a couple of pictures to send Amy's father. Okay, Amy said, and then she remembered Holly's request. There's a party at a friend's house tonight. I want to go. We'll see. I don't want to be alone with that kid. He looks at me like a demon child in a horror movie, the stepmother said, leaving the girl's bedroom. Amy sighed, imagining leaving Kyle alone in the house with their stepmother. Dad had gone on an expedition with his team and had been away for a month. During their last call, he had promised that he would be home in a month, and his voice was happy. Though he had taken on the head post of the magazine, he was genuinely happy to return to full-time work as a travel journalist, exploring the uncharted corners of the planet. He had chosen to travel once a year, but he hoped to share his happiness with his family soon. When you learn to be a journalist, you and I will travel together, and Kyle will paint pictures. Here, he would have enough inspiration and colours for thousands of paintings. the father shared with cheer. Amy was worried and asked, "And if I don't get in?" She was in her final year of high school, and she was worried she wouldn't get into college. "You'll get in, you're just like me," Daddy reassured her. "Tell me, how are things with you? Do you and Bridget get along?" "Yes," the girl answered dryly. However, she couldn't bring herself to answer the question with the bitter truth. Amy simply couldn't ruin his happiness. After all, Bridget was the first woman he had been with since Mum's death. They had met 2 years ago, and a year later she had a ring on her finger. Bridget was a cunning woman who had come from the provinces and put all her energies into wooing Harry, who was still handsome, charming and rich. He owned a magazine as well as a publishing house. With him, the woman behaved docilely, surrounded him with care and love, because she preferred to live in prosperity, although with disgusting offspring. Most of all, she hated Kyle. Bridget was embarrassed to be seen with him in public, even though the boy did not look like a special child at all and was developing normally. Kyle loved to draw and could do it for hours, completely losing himself in his own thoughts and fantasies, which he poured out onto the canvases given to him by his father. Harry encouraged his son's creativity, having noticed that Kyle's mother also loved to draw. However, Kyle was prone to strange states, such as blackouts, during which it was impossible to communicate with him. He seemed to retreat into himself, disconnected from reality. He also experienced breakdowns with real tantrums that were difficult to manage. This is the kind of breakdown that Bridget witnessed on Friday when she arrived to take the kids home after watching a movie at the mall. Kyle fell to the floor yelling and screaming. The boy was thrashing about as if having an epileptic seizure. "Calm him down now," Bridget demanded, looking more at the surroundings than at the child. Amy didn't care about her stepmother's embarrassment. She was trying to help her brother. And the girl handled it well, since it wasn't the first time. "It's a meltdown," the girl explained to her stepmother when they got home. Kyle had sensory overload. He had experienced too many emotions and impressions, and his nervous system couldn't handle it. "What a horror! Someone like him should have been put to sleep when he was a baby," she said dismissively. Amy felt like she'd been splashed with ice water. Rage rose in her throat and blood rushed to her face. "How dare you say that?" The girl was furious. "Why? Disabled people are nothing but trouble, and no good for society," Bridget said. Amy was consumed with resentment and felt the urge to claw the woman's hair for the first time. "I'll tell my father. I'll tell him what you really are," she screamed. "He'll throw you out." "You will?" the woman snorted, looking smug. "And I'll tell him you're lying. I'll tell him you're just upset because I won't let you go to the party. By the way, if you don't stop yelling, you're not going to the party at all." Amy was not concerned about the party at that moment. She felt sorry for her brother. "Dad will believe me over you," Amy persisted. Well. Then how do you explain that you're only now opening your ugly mouth? Why didn't you tell him before that I was so bad?" Bridget was right. That night, Amy did not attend the party. Instead, she went to her younger brother's room, climbed onto his narrow bed in the form of a police car, and hugged Kyle tightly. Amy could not sleep a wink. Heavy thoughts tangled in her head, layered one on top of another. She decided that her father's happiness could not be sincere with such a false woman as Bridget. And no matter how much she feared hurting him, she knew she had to tell him the truth after his return. It wasn't until morning, after making such a difficult decision for herself, that Amy was able to forget everything and fall into a short, anxious sleep. A month had passed, and Harry was supposed to return home, but there was no word from him. Amy began to worry seriously, constantly waiting for a phone call, but the phone remained silent. One ordinary morning, Kyle was painting, sitting at his easel, not distracted by the world around him. Amy was sitting in her room, and getting prepared for a creative competition at college. The girl was distracted by the doorbell. She put the textbook aside, came down from the second floor and hurried to the front door. She had a glimmer of hope that it was her father and decided not to call and surprise them. The man at the door was not her father, but Amy had seen him a couple of times in the editorial office. It seems that Dad had gone on a trip with him. The man looked at the girl sadly and asked, "Hello, I need to talk. Is your mother home?" he asked. "Stepmother," Amy automatically corrected the guest. "She's gone." The man became even more gloomy. He refused tea and kept hesitating, as if he did not know how to break the news. Then he looked resolutely at the girl and said in a strangled voice, "Amy, your father is dead." "No," the girl answered at once. "He couldn't." "Your father and I were on a catamaran, and the river was too dangerous. The boat got wrecked. We both swam to shore. I swear I saw him in the waves, but the current was too rough. I lost sight of Harry. The catamaran drifted out to sea when the rescuers found it, but there's no trace of your dad. We searched for a long time, almost a month. But he's gone, Amy. I'm sorry." The girl listened to the man as if he were telling a terrible story from someone else's life. She sat on the sofa and straightened her back, staring blankly into the face of the guest. He was explaining something, apologizing for something, saying he could help them. Amy realized that her father was dead a few days later. She desperately called his phone. She prayed to God, promising him something unthinkable and probably foolish in return. She was looking at Kyle, unsure of how to break the news to him. The girl was already replacing his mother. How could she replace his father? The only one who was happy was Bridget. She took out all her black dresses and even bought a mourning cap with a veil, like actresses wore in movies during funerals. She carefully played the role of a grieving widow, but secretly engaged in the distribution of accounts and property. Amy did not know, but Bridget immediately hired clever lawyers to leave the right of inheritance to herself. Harry, being in the prime of his life, simply did not have time to leave a will. Lawyers quickly proved that the woman, caring for the 2 minor children of her husband, had the right to all his fortune. Amy, on the other hand, could not think about money. She felt so bad that she couldn't even study. She didn't even remember writing a creative essay for college. But she clearly remembered when Kyle came to her and hugged her neck, asking quietly, "Daddy will not come back again?" Amy trembled and asked, "How do you know?" "I heard Bridget talking to someone on the phone," the boy confessed. Amy cried, leaning into her brother's thin shoulder and sobbing bitterly, and he comforted her, although it should have been the other way round. Then Amy realized that they were alone in the world. Another month passed. Amy cooked rice oatmeal with raisins, sat next to her brother and ate breakfast indifferently. Recently, it seemed as if the girl couldn't taste the food. Apathy had settled so firmly in her soul that she could skip meals altogether. Bridget entered the kitchen, as spectacular as ever, in a red dress with freshly dyed blonde hair and a trail of luscious perfume. The woman didn't look like a widow at all. "There's a letter for you," she said, throwing an open envelope on the table. "Sort the mail yourself. I'm not your letter carrier." Amy was surprised that the envelope was already open. "I thought it was a bill until I saw your name inside," said Bridget, putting the cup under the coffee machine. Amy looked at the envelope and felt a thrill of excitement. It had been so long since emotions had crept into her soul that her hands trembled. She took out the letter and read it over and over again. "I didn't get in on the scholarship," Amy said in a grey voice. Her shoulders slumped and her eyes filled with moisture. She had failed her exams, and now that hope had melted away. It seemed to the girl that she had disappointed her father even more. "Well, it's no great loss. You can try to get in next year," offered Bridget indifferently. "Unless you change your mind or Find a rich man to provide for you." Amy frowned, glancing at Bridget, who was sipping her freshly brewed coffee. "But I can pay the education fee," the girl said cautiously. "And where will you get the money, I wonder?" snorted Bridget. "Will you break your piggy bank? Do you know how much higher education costs?" "Dad said that he has money set aside for my studies, and even for Kyle's studies," Amy objected, clutching the envelope in her hands. Bridget put aside her cup and looked sternly at her stepdaughter. "Listen, baby, take off the rose-coloured glasses, okay? You are no longer a princess in the castle. The king died and took all your fortune with him. Yes, Amy, your father didn't leave you a penny. And if you show off, I'll send your brother to an orphanage for psychos like him. That's easy to do. I'm not even his mother. If you don't want to be separated, shut your mouth and live by my rules." Amy was so shocked that she couldn't even reply. She stared in horror at Bridget, whose facial features had sharpened, making her look like a beast. The woman, however, took the cup again, smiling calmly, and said, "So, look for a job. Start right now. I hope you don't think I'm going to let you and your brother hang around my neck." With those words, she left the room. From then on, Harry's children began a new life. Amy got a job in a book cafe, where the pay was not much, but it was the only place that would accept a minor. Bridget constantly threatened to send the boy to an orphanage. When Amy wasn't working, she was cleaning the entire house from top to bottom or cooking food. The stepmother would reproach the children, even for a piece of bread, constantly saying that they were getting in the way and interfering with her life. She was especially angry when she invited her friends one day. On such evenings, Amy and Kyle were told to sit in their rooms and not show their noses. "Watch after your underdeveloped brother," the woman warned, dressing up before the reception. "If any of my friends see him, I will not wash away the shame, and you'll both be sorry." "But this is our house." Amy couldn't take it anymore. "It was yours," Bridget parried. "By the way, we don't have the money to pay for your brother's painting courses. All those paints and easels take a lot of money." "But painting helps him," the older sister protested, "and he has talent." "I can barely make ends meet." Bridget resented it. "So from next month on he won't go there. Let him take a piece of paper and draw at home." Of course the woman was lying. She had money, and plenty of it, but she was always playing the victim role. Amy's problems didn't end that night. She had already gone to bed, ignoring the sounds of music in the living room, and so, at midnight, her stepmother burst into her bedroom, breathing alcohol. "What happened?" The girl jumped up quickly. "Something with Kyle? Is he okay?" "Put something on," the stepmother demanded, "and comb your hair. I want to introduce you to my friends. Hurry up, come on." "But I don't want to," Amy protested, clinging to the blanket. "You asked me to stay away from your guests." "If you don't get dressed now, I'll drag you out in your pajamas," Bridget threatened, glaring at her with alcohol-soaked eyes. "Or I'll bring your brother. I'll put him on a stool and make him recite a poem. Or maybe I'll let him have a seizure. My friends have never seen such a circus." After these words, Amy put on a robe and went downstairs. There, squinting at the bright lights of the living room, she stood before a crowd of people. They were sitting on the sofa, in armchairs and on high bar stools. "There," Bridget introduced Amy, leading her to the centre of the room. "My Amy, a sort of maid." "She is so beautiful to be a maid," the blonde man approved, giving her a lustful look. "But she's wearing the wrong thing. It would be more interesting to see her without that ugly wrapping." People laughed and Amy shivered from fright, tightening the terry robe on her chest. "I promised the guests you would dance," Bridget suddenly said, pushing the girl in the back. "Come on." "What?" Amy's eyes opened wide and she turned to her stepmother in shock. "I don't know how." "Don't worry. We're an appreciative audience. One of the drunk guests said, "We'll applaud, and maybe we'll pay." Music started to play. People began to cheer the girl with shouts and occasional claps, and someone threw some bills at her feet. The girl, feeling disgraced, rushed away. She rushed up the stairs, and the sound of other people's laughter, like bullets, pounding in her back. Running into her brother's nursery, she locked the door from the inside with trembling hands. Crawling under a warm blanket, the girl tried to hold back her tears. Kyle woke up and tried to talk to his sister, but she withdrew into herself. He turned on the nightlight and sat down at the canvas. As the first rays of light entered the room, he showed his sister the painting he had created. Beautiful lilies in an incredible blue hue, the same as Amy and their father's eyes. "A gift for you," the child explained. "Don't be sad." "Thank you, my dear." Amy hugged her brother tightly. She realized then that she would not obey her stepmother and take her brother out of art classes. She did not want to deprive her brother of an outlet and decided to pay for the course herself, using all the money she earned. During the same period, Amy, ashamed of herself, began to steal. Not from someone on the street, but from Bridget. It all started with an accidental theft. Her stepmother left an open bag and a leather purse in plain sight. Amy, tempted, put her hand into the purse and took some change. In the end, Bridget did not even notice the loss, as she did not count the money. However, that evening, the girl burned with embarrassment and did not understand how she could stoop to such a thing. But when she spent the money on a gift for Kyle and saw his meek smile, she was relieved, especially since she was sure that Bridget was spending their father's money. Her stepmother claimed to be going to work, but that was a lie as well. Since then, Amy had occasionally snatched up a bill and put it away. Her only dream was to save up money and move far away from her stepmother with her brother. However, she could only get custody after she turns 18 and has a steady income. Then she hoped to enroll in college again, succeed like her father once did, and start her own business. Only dreams of the future helped her live. Not even half a year had passed since their father disappeared in rough waters when Bridget decided to improve her personal life. "Children, I have news. I've met a wonderful man," she began one evening when Amy returned from work and helped her brother with his school homework. Kyle, in his manner, ignored his stepmother's words. Amy, however, lifted her head from her brother's notebook, staring glumly at her stepmother because she smelled a catch. Why would Bridget share details of her personal life with them? "Congratulations," the girl said dryly. "Thank you, sweetheart." Bridget smiled falsely, looking at the ends of her long hair and considering whether to renew the colour. "You know, it's a challenge to build a personal life when you have a house full of teenagers or disabled minors. I didn't tell Herman you existed, and I want to keep it that way. Do you want to hide us in the basement, or will you finally move in with your new fiancé and leave us here in our parental house?" Amy suggested irritably. "It's much simpler, dear. I have already agreed with one boarding school for autistic people. I explained that the boy was left without a father and that I could not provide him with care. They're ready to take Kyle in." Amy froze with horror and jumped to her feet, dropping a chair behind her. "No! What are you talking about? He can't go to the orphanage. He has a family." "Well, it's just that the situation has changed." The woman wrinkled her nose, not the least embarrassed by such an attack from her stepdaughter. "Look, it's not your fault, sweetheart. It's just that life isn't fair. Besides, he'll be better off there. Don't be selfish and let your brother go to his own kind of freaks." Amy felt so angry that she almost choked. She didn't recognize herself in the grip of such emotion as she threw herself at her stepmother. Bridget had never seen such fierce resistance from Amy before and screamed in fright. "You're as insane as your brother," she yelled, trying to pull Amy away. "You're crazy, family. I'll get rid of you too, you spoiled fool." The scuffle was interrupted by Amy's brother Kyle, who began to worry. Amy immediately came to her senses and pushed Bridget away. "Let your freak pack his things. He's leaving in a week," the stepmother hissed angrily. "Go to hell," the girl shouted back. Amy didn't wait a week. The next day she took Kyle's documents from his special school, preparing an escape plan. 3 days later, after waiting for Bridget to leave the house, Amy began to pack her things. Taking a backpack and a sports bag each, the girl packed only the essentials. She also took all the money she found in the house, and no longer feeling remorseful, took some of her stepmother's gold bling, hoping to sell it. "Where are we going?" asked Kyle with Buddhist calmness. "To the village. You'll like it there, I promise. Mum's parents have a house there," answered Bridget. "When I was little, I was brought a couple of times for the summer, when Grandma was alive. You didn't know her, but she was kind. Don't worry, that's not far from here. But we'll have to take the bus and the train to get to the region. We'll have a real adventure. Can you imagine? Just you and me." Amy did not tell her brother that she did not know what condition the house was in. But she had the address and the belief that anywhere would be better than their current home. After all, she couldn't sleep well under that roof, worrying about herself and her brother. After a night of being paraded in front of her stepmother's guests like a circus monkey, Amy constantly jumped up and down, listening to the sounds of the house. Sweat and chills ran through her. Her nerves were so shot that she constantly walked sluggishly. She was twitchy and irritable. When the sister and brother got on the bus, the girl felt devastated. Kyle sat next to her and played on his phone. Amy had no idea what to do next. Unfortunately, Bridget was right about something. Amy had been raised by her father as a princess, not a fighter. The girl tried to cultivate her own fortitude and determination, but she simply did not have the strength and courage to fight her stepmother openly. It seemed to her that there were no people left in the world who could help her. Meanwhile, Bridget had connections, which she kept mentioning. She spoke of friendships with lawyers and police officers, of going shopping with the judge's wife, and of how any word from Amy could turn over like the rebellion of an unstable teenager. She had long been preparing to accuse the girl. "You know, I love Amy and Kyle very much. They are like family to me," Bridget convinced everyone. "But Amy does not perceive me as part of the family, and after the death of my father and the refusal from the college, she began to behave terribly. She constantly shouts, swears, and brings me to tears. I understand how great her grief is, but she does not even give me a chance to help her." People around always nodded understandingly, comforting Bridget, who was shedding false tears. They gave valuable advice on the upbringing of a difficult teenager, not suspecting how things really were. Therefore, Amy did not even try to reclaim her part of the house or her father's inheritance. She wasn't afraid of losing the property, she was afraid of losing her brother. Bridget would definitely be able to pull something like that off. Amy left a note for her stepmother, stating that they had gone to the capital to be with her friends and warning her not to look for them. She believed that Bridget would be pleased to see them escape, and they would figure everything out. The granny's house was located on the outskirts of the town. The yard was overgrown with tall weeds. Under the sprawling apple tree, there was a bench with peeling white paint. The old house, with its wooden facade, looked at its guests through sad windows. Its walls seemed to have no memory of life inside. The whole appearance of the building made the girl sad, but she did not show her sadness. "There's our new home," the girl exclaimed cheerfully. "Later, I'll enroll you in the local school and try to get custody. I'll be 18 soon, and when I get a job, I'll start collecting documents." The brother and sister started settling into their new place and got used to the house. Usually Kyle hated change. He would insist on the immutability of the world around him, and did not accept changes well, wanting to go back to the familiar. So now he had a hard time accepting what was happening, but even he was able to come to terms with the new reality. Kyle loved the attic floor. It smelled of wood and dust, was filled with old things. He loved the way the light shone through the only window. Eventually, he moved his paints and brushes there so he could create in silence. Unfortunately, they could not take the heavy easel or canvases with him. But Amy promised him that she would get him new ones. The boy, sensitive to their difficulties, never once complained of hardship. Amy threw away her SIM card, although at first she was worried that they would come for them and was afraid of the sight of police cars. After a month, she completely relaxed. She got a job in a cafe that had recently opened in the town. When Kyle went to the local school, the girl was anxious. How would he be received in the new place? Wouldn't the children be angry if they learned about his illness? Although the older Kyle became, the fewer health problems he had. The boy was still characterized by reticence, closeness, and unusual behavior in critical situations, especially since the boy had always attended correctional school. However, everything got better. One day, Kyle came home from school and put his briefcase in a strictly designated place, but his whole demeanor was mysteriously solemn. "Something happened?" the sister asked, looking at her brother with interest. It had been a long time since she had seen him so emotional. "Amy, I found a friend," replied the boy happily. "His name is Tom, and he asked to sit with me at the same desk." Later, the boy confessed, "You know, I like it here better than in the old school." The teachers also liked Kyle, especially a history teacher who had been raising a child with special needs. After another school day, Kyle went out, where he was met by Amy, and he proudly told her, "Today we had an art lesson, and I taught everyone to draw flowers, even our teacher." Amy laughed the whole way, listening to how Kyle, in his manner, managed to teach an experienced teacher how to superimpose shadows in drawings. Her chest overflowed with joy for her brother, who was blossoming in his new environment. Amy thought that maybe this was what he had needed all his life. On his birthday, Kyle received a cherished easel and a set of canvases to go with it. He immediately climbed into the attic, which turned into his creative studio, even ignoring the birthday cake. From then on, he would run straight upstairs after school to paint. After 2 weeks of painstaking work, Kyle presented a portrait of their father to Amy. "I decided to paint Daddy," said the boy calmly, without even twitching an eyebrow. "I miss him." Amy pulled the boy to her, ruffling his hair and kissing the top of his head. She was amazed. It had been 2 years, but the resemblance of the portrait to their father was fantastic. Every feature was drawn, even the light, inconspicuous mole above his eyebrow. "It's wonderful, Kyle," whispered the girl, and her voice trembled treacherously. "I think it's the most beautiful work you've done." Tears sprang to her eyes, and she tried to blink more often to get rid of them. Kyle peered into her face with careful attention. He didn't want to upset his sister. Meanwhile, Amy smiled radiantly. "You're incredibly talented. I think you're a genius, really," she praised the young artist. "I hope you become a well-known artist." Amy believed in her words and encouraged her brother in his art as much as she could. They lived in the new place for more than a year. There were wonderful people in the old place. Old and young, they welcomed the strange girl and her brother. The neighbours often came bearing gifts and helped them with household chores, and the town itself was no longer as squalid as Amy remembered. Supermarkets had opened, a couple of cafes and restaurants had been established, a beautiful park had been created, and there were a couple of beauty salons. Thus passed a couple more years. Amy gave up enrolling in college. The girl worked in a cafe and sometimes picked up a cleaning job a few days a week. Every time she promised herself that she would start preparing for the exams and fulfill her dream, She kept putting it off in a distant box. She just couldn't imagine how she would be able to study in the city. Who would she leave her brother with? What if something happens and she is far away? Anxious thoughts did not let the girl go, making her sink increasingly into routine and forget about journalism. Once, Amy came to the cafe for a paycheck with Kyle. He was sitting at a far table and waiting for his sister to finish her business, so they could go for a walk. Kyle, out of habit, looked at the far wall of the hall, painted sky blue. There was nothing on it but a large TV set that showed music videos and sometimes soccer matches. That day, the director's son, Evan, was here. He was already familiar with both Amy and her brother. Moreover, the man sincerely cared about the hard-working worker who was forced to raise her brother alone. The young man liked the beautiful girl, but she answered all his advances with a meek smile. Amy had no time at all for a personal life, and she simply did not see Evan's gestures as flirtation. She naively assumed that the man was kind to everyone. Now, seeing Kyle, Evan wondered why the young visitor was looking at the wall so attentively, even frowning with judgment. He hadn't dared to ask a question before, realizing that the child wasn't ordinary, but now curiosity was stronger. "Hello, Kyle," the man said, offering a businesslike greeting and shaking the small hand. "Hello," the boy replied with a nod. "Say, why are you always looking at the wall?" asked Evan. "There's nothing interesting here." "That's right, you lack colours and drawings," calmly replied the boy. "I would like to paint this wall. I don't like it." The man scratched his stubby chin. "What if I let you?" "Will you pay me?" For the first time in the whole dialogue, the boy turned to him, giving the man a most serious look. "Of course," the man said, trying to hide a smile. "Any labour must be paid, right?" The boy held out his palm for another handshake. "Then I'm ready," he said seriously. Evan kept his word. He bought the necessary paints and let the child into his cafe. The cafe was designed by designers. Evan's father was indignant. "But you trusted a child to paint the walls." But Evan only waved his hand at his father's lamentations. "You yourself entrusted me with this business, and it is going well," noted the man. "In case of an emergency, I can always cover the wall with paint if it's awful. And so, by the way, only locals come to our place, and they come for delicious coffee and polite service, not to look at the walls." However, the man's words became a kind of prophecy, but in reverse. As soon as Kyle finished painting the wall and received his fee, which Evan did not skimp on, people from all corners of the town reached them. They took pictures of the wall and posted them on social networks, adding that it was all the work of the schoolboy's hands. Even people from the city began to come to look at the interior of the cafe, which was renewed by the child. And there was a lot to see. Kyle was able to create a fantastic painting. The walls were decorated with half-destroyed bricks, which were painted as if they were three-dimensional. People even came up and furtively touched the painted masonry, not believing their eyes. And there, behind the ruined brick wall, a marvellous city could be seen. And everything in it was drawn to the smallest detail. You could look into the windows of the houses and see the people living in them. A family sitting at the dinner table, the man working at the table, a woman watering flowers. There were mysterious gardens growing in the city, whose trees were full of flowers, and birds perched on the branches. In the distance you could see a strip of river that shone silver. The city was warmed by the setting sun. There were so many small details in the work that one could sit in front of the wall for hours and find something new. That's how many people learned about Kyle's talent. And the boy, having received the first real money for his labour, gave it to his older sister and said, "I want to go to the city on weekends, to the city park." "But why?" asked Amy. "I'm going to work," explained Kyle. in a tone that brooked no objections. "When you and I walked there last time, I saw artists. Some were painting portraits, others were selling paintings. I could try to sell mine too." "Don't you feel sorry to part with them?" asked Amy. "No," replied the boy calmly. "I feel sorry for you. I don't want you to clean the houses and dirty your hands." Amy dimmed her eyes and automatically hid her hands in her pockets. Her hands were really red, and her nails had to be cut because they were constantly breaking and cracking due to the detergents. Even gloves did not save the girl. At first, Amy carefully tried to dissuade her brother from his scheme, but she faced the usual manifestation of Kyle's character. He was persistent in his desire to sell paintings, and no one and nothing could stop him. Amy resigned herself to her brother's decision, and on the next weekend, with good weather, they went to the city, accompanied by Evan. The man, having learned about their plans, said he simply would not allow them to carry heavy canvases on their own. When Evan went out to refuel the car, Kyle calmly said, "He likes you." Amy blushed to the roots of her hair and turned sharply to her brother, who was sitting in the back seat with his cheek propped up and staring blankly out the window. "He's just being kind," she explained. "He probably feels sorry for us." The boy looked at his sister and objected. "No, he always looks at you. He smiles when you smile and laughs at your jokes. Although they're not funny at all, Amy, they're stupid." The girl pouted unhappily, muttering, "No, they are not stupid." But her brother's words fell heavily on her heart. She also liked Evan, but could not dare to think about a relationship with him. The other Amy, daughter of a famous and wealthy journalist, could imagine dating Evan. However, the new, dim version of herself, with an unsightly future, chipped fingernails and a younger brother to take care of, could not think about love. These gloomy thoughts spoiled the girl's much-enjoyed mood, and she even got angry with her brother, something she rarely allowed herself to do. Why had he said that? Why did he have to remind her again that she was only a shadow of herself? However, Evan managed to dispel her bad mood when he parked at the park and said that he wanted to spend the day with them. "If I, of course, do not bother you," he noted, looking at Amy, whose cheeks immediately blushed. "You will not bother us," Kyle replied businesslike. "And by the way, we still have to drive back." Amy snorted with laughter, amazed at her brother's simplicity. He always expressed his thoughts with sincere directness, but usually his reflections were not childish at all. They spent the afternoon beautifully. They ate hot dogs and ice cream, drank milkshakes, and watched the local skaters perform stunts. They listened to the music of street bards. Unfortunately, Kyle did not sell a single painting, but all passers-by looked at his creations with interest. "Did he paint it himself?" An elderly man with big glasses marvelled. Kyle nodded affirmatively. "The boy has talent," another woman marvelled. As evening came, the boy said, "We'll go again next week. You can date with Evan and I'll draw." Evan and Amy, who were sitting in the front, hesitantly looked at each other. Amy felt awkward, wondering whether she should justify her brother's words, but she had no time to open her mouth, as Evan, smoothly slowing down at a red light, looked at her with a smile. "Well, Amy, will you go on a date with me next Saturday?" Amy blinked, amazed, feeling her heart beat faster. "I will." The girl smiled, embarrassed. Kyle, sitting in the back, paid absolutely no attention to them. So, Amy and Evan began to date. The young man came to visit them and invited the brother and sister to his place. They played board and computer games, watched TV, ate snacks, and in general had a great time. Amy, looking at how well Evan got along with her brother, marvelled. Every Saturday, they carefully put Kyle's paintings in the trunk of Evan's car and went to the city. For them, it had already become a kind of ritual. Kyle's persistence and efforts soon paid off. One day, Kyle sold one of his paintings to a man who promised to hang it in his cafe. Later, Amy learned that this man was an acquaintance of Evan's, but she was not angry about the deception. After all, Kyle was happy and proud. Part of the proceeds he spent on dinner for 3, wanting to celebrate an important event. And, although Evan offered to pay for everything, the young artist was categorically opposed. Then the boy sold another 3 paintings to random passers-by, and one day fate intervened. It was a gloomy day, and the sun, which had recently lit up the city, shamefully and somehow sharply hid behind clouds and grey clouds. Although it was still warm outside, people were hiding in cafes and shopping centres, fearing the impending rain and bad weather. The park was deserted, with only the occasional passer-by glancing at the paintings displayed in a row. "We should probably leave," Amy said apprehensively, looking at the darkening sky. "What if it starts to rain and wet the paintings?" "Half an hour more," Kyle asked, frowning at his forehead. "I think I will sell something today." The girl didn't argue with her brother, just looked at the time and measured the hour. When the time was almost up, an elderly but sturdy man with a greying beard and stylish clothes stopped beside them. His eyes were wide open, and his gaze was fixed on one of the paintings. Amy glanced at Evan, who also frowned at the strange character. The stranger's reaction was unusual, as if he had seen a ghost. Then the man looked at the boy, who calmly looked at the stranger. "I can't believe," he whispered, looking at the boy. Then he raised his hand and pointed to the portrait of their father. "This is Harry Cohen," he affirmatively stated. Amy tensed her whole body. She didn't understand who this man was and how he knew their father. Waiting for the child's nod, the man splashed his hands. "I can't believe it," he repeated. "You're his son, and you're his daughter, right? Amy, of course it's you. You're 2 copies of Harry and Sarah, and all this time you've been under our noses." "Excuse me, who are you?" Amy got up from her seat on the bench, approaching her brother and the strange man. Behind her shadowed Evan, ready to intervene in the situation. The stranger laughed merrily and clapped his hands. "Who am I?" he exclaimed. "I seem to be the one sent to you by fate, a guardian angel." Then he laughed, shaking his head and still looking at the children with disbelief and joy. "Some kind of crazy," the girl thought fearfully, raking her brother by the shoulders and pulling him to her. "Listen, we're not—" Amy began cautiously. But the stranger didn't let her finish. He approached the trio with a happy, immensely kind smile on his lips, and said what the girl never wanted to hear again. "Your father is looking for you. It's time to go home." It was hard to believe the man's story, but they really wanted to. The mysterious stranger turned out to be Mr. Lewis, the same man who had brought their father to his magazine. Mr. Lewis spent the money he earned on travelling, living at his own pleasure. When he learned that Harry was missing, he decided to arrive on the scene himself. Mr. Lewis organised a search party together with close friends, and a miracle happened. Harry was found in one of the villages. It turned out that the man hit a rock in the river. Fortunately, the current did not allow him to go to the bottom, throwing him on the bank of one of the settlements. They took him out and put him back on his feet, but he had lost his memory. Of course, the man was taken home. Fortunately, memories returned to Harry when he arrived home. But he was shocked when he did not find his children at home. Instead of Amy and Kyle, he was met by an astonished Bridget and her new boyfriend. The lover immediately retreated, having correctly interpreted the gaze of the owner of the house. "Please understand me, Harry, I thought you were dead," a scared Bridget screamed. "I would never do this, but I was in so much pain that I—" "Where are my children?" Harry interrupted her. The woman turned pale as a canvas. Her eyes ran as if trying to find an answer. "When you were gone, when you disappeared," Bridget began to babble. "Amy went completely crazy. She started threatening me and swearing all the time. She got impulsive. Once she jumped on me and grabbed me by the hair. Honestly. Where are they? The man repeated, his voice filled with worry. I don't know. They left, the woman mumbled. Amy wouldn't have left. She wanted to go to college, and she wouldn't have put her brother in danger, Bridget. About studying. The woman averted her eyes, hiding the lie. She didn't enroll. She was too upset. I tried to talk her out of it, but it was no use. Where did they go? He asked, angry that he had to pull the words out of the woman. Bridget shrugged. She left a note and said they'd be in the capital. Bridget, did you leave my daughter and underage son alone while you lived in my house, spending their inheritance on your pathetic bling and lovers? Harry yelled, venting his anger. Why didn't you call the police? In a fit of anger, he kicked the low table on which the traces of a romantic dinner had been left. A bottle of dry red wine, fruit, cheese slices. A red stain began to spread across the expensive carpet. Bridget screamed and cried, begging for forgiveness, while lying at the man's feet. Get out, he clucked decisively. I don't believe a word you say. My daughter, you have no idea what kind of daughter I have. Harry felt hurt and scared. Where were his children? He immediately rushed to the police station and then took tickets to the capital. He couldn't imagine how he would search 2 children in a metropolis. After all, it was like finding a needle in a haystack. But he was unable to sit still. Amy's friends answered that she hadn't communicated with anyone for a long time, and at the college she was supposed to enter, they said that she never showed up, although she got a budget place. Much later, Harry learned that it was Bridget, wanting to ruin the future of her stepdaughter, who substituted the letter from the university. She sent Amy to work and left her at home as a personal maid, not letting her get her cherished education. The terrible days began. It is rightly said that to hide something, you need to put it in a prominent place. Harry and Mr. Lewis looked for the children in the capital and cities, and no one even thought of just going to the house of their grandmother. And so one cloudy day, Harry received a call from a friend. Harry, I found them! I found your children! The man thought for a moment that he had gone deaf. He swayed, grabbing the wall. A wave of relief came over him. His heart raced in his father's chest. They'd found them. I'll hand them the phone now, Mr. Lewis said. An extraneous noise was heard in the telephone receiver, and then a thin female voice, shuddering, hesitantly said, Daddy? Is it you? The man's throat was squeezed with a powerful vise, and tears appeared in his eyes. Amy, he whispered, swallowing a huge lump. Amy, my daughter. Yes, it's me. I love you, my daughter. Are you okay? Where are you? How is Kyle? Is he all right? My darlings, where have you been? He just pelted his daughter with questions, unable to contain himself. But Amy did not find the strength to answer. Daddy, the girl exclaimed louder, and then sobbed to tears. Daddy, I missed you so much. I thought you... Daddy... Unable to contain her emotions, she gave the phone to her younger brother, and her sobs were replaced by a focused tone. Daddy, when are you coming for us? Asked Kyle calmly, adding, It's time to go home. The man smiled through his tears, imagining his son's face. Soon, Sonny, promised to the father. I'll be there soon, and we'll be fine. Harry raised his eyes to the sky, where, as he thought, his gone wife Sarah sometimes looked at him. Hot, salty tears poured from his eyes, but for the first time in a long time, his soul was at peace.